Welcome to the Jordan Board of Education study session. Today is Tuesday, March 11th, 2025, and we have all board members present, as well as our superintendent, our associate superintendent, business administrator, and board attorney. Thank you for tuning in. We're grateful to have you, and let's hop into our first agenda item, which is a discussion on Administrative Policy DE 501 Curriculum Adoption and Review Committee. Ms. Goff, Ms. Level, and Ms. Rizzuto.
Thank you, President George. We are happy to be here. We are going to report back on the policy DE 501 and the procedures that we've been through, and then we'll quickly share with you some new curriculum information that we have. So first, as per the policy, and we've listed it there, the Curriculum Adoption and Review Committee, Curriculum Advisory Group, consists of 21 individuals that have been selected from every board area. Also some patrons that we have that we had from a running list of people who had volunteered, as well as principals and teachers. That group met together on February 26th to discuss curricular needs within our district as per policy. And we review contracts that are expiring, things that are no longer going to be able to be used in our district, the materials that we currently are using. We ask how things are going with teachers. We want to make sure that we have a lot of feedback from the stakeholders in that meeting. And we also present to them some of the things that we're looking at moving forward as far as pilots that we've been running, possible new developments with the core standards at the state level. And then we share and kind of get some feedback from them on some of our initial thoughts about where we'd like to move forward. And they ask us a ton of questions. So it's a great opportunity to have a lot of transparency in this process. And based on that conversation with them, we now are bringing to you two new bits of information, curricula that we are interested in pursuing and moving forward with in Jordan School District. And so those two bits of information, two curricula, are social studies for grades K6 specifically, and a new phonics program in K6. And so, no, K2. And so those are the pieces of information we'd like to share with you now. So Kay Rizzuto is our administrator in teaching and learning that is over social studies, among other things. And so I'm going to give her a few minutes. She only has a few slides here, but she'll give you some information about the social studies curriculum, and then we'll turn it over to you to ask us questions. Superintendent Godfrey also sent an email to the board about this information, giving you a link to some of the things that we're going to present here, and I believe that this presentation is also in your board docs. So you'll be able to click on any of the links here as well and ask us some questions.
So, USBE updated the elementary social study standards in December of 2022. It went through a couple of years to get to the process of them updating them. There were several committees that vetted them, both from teachers, professors, parents, lots of community members that vetted them. And they are supposed to go into implementation this year in 2024. They are unique to the rest of the country in that they are really focusing in on history, geography, civics, and economics in all the grades, K through 6. Our USBE picked Jordan District, so it was a way that Jordan is leading the way again, that we were selected to create materials for the whole state that teachers could use for all of the standards, K through 6. So last year, I worked with teams of teachers from each grade to create materials that could be used throughout the whole state. And they are all tied to our grade level ELA standards, and everything that teachers need is available in there. So these materials, they would not cost the board anything. They are already created, so it's free. And so there are different links throughout that you can click on. Because we created it for the whole state, there is way more than any teacher could ever use to teach. So that provides them choices that they can do that will fit their classrooms. We had to think of, while we were creating it, rural communities as well as urban communities. We needed to think about the Native American reservations, everything throughout the state of Utah. So there's way more information than any teacher would ever do. So we have also created pacing guides for the Jordan District teachers to narrow it down, but also to tie it in with, more particularly with our Wit and Wisdom ELA curriculum, so that they can make some quick tie-ins that way. Everything is also available on Canvas. So we put everything, all of the materials are accessible for them on Canvas, and parents are able to observe, if they've signed up as an observer, to know exactly what's happening with the social studies curriculum, because it's so our state legislature has created several laws regarding the teaching of history. These are the ones from the most recent years, and we made sure to add things in the materials that would follow the guidelines from the state. And even the most recent one that was just passed, the Patriots Day resolution, just last week by our state legislature, that they are going to be honoring April 19th as Patriots Day, because that's the first day of the American Revolution. So I'm in the process of getting something created for all the grade levels so that they can honor that day. So all of the materials are grade level appropriate. You can see one of those is the Holocaust education, which we made sure was grade level appropriate for all the grades. We have, in conjunction with our literacy, made some times for the open house for parents to come in. Everything is digital, so they don't need to come in, but if they want to come in and ask questions, these dates and times, I will be in the office available to answer any questions and talk about what the materials look like. And just to kind of show you, I'm going to go back to the curriculum, the link, so you can see. Everything is digital and it's put into books. We have it set up with either by standard or by month. So they can follow it either way. If we look at it by the standard, you can see the history, geography, civics, and economics, and then everything that is available. Like I said, there's way more than they can ever do in the time that they are given for social studies, but they have lots of choices in ways that they can teach these different standards. So, do you have any questions?
Where's the open house?
We'll be at the ASB.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this information with the links to that bookshelf that you just saw will also be sent to all of our parents K-6 digitally. So if anybody wants to just spend time diving into it, looking, pulling apart, looking at all the different lessons, they have plenty to access. The open house is, if somebody doesn't have access to a computer, we can provide them with one, but we'll also have Kay or others available to answer any questions that people might have.
Is this currently being piloted anywhere in JSD?
Yes, it's been available for our teachers to use. Last year as we were creating it, we had it available as well so that we could update and fix things. And so it's been available, and sometimes links need to be updated, so I've been able to update those. And I actually have brought in some of the team members as well in the past month to update some of them that we have found needed to be updated.
So you mentioned that USBE invited us to do this, which Congratulations. I think that's a high compliment of what they think of your work. Is this now like an open education resource that can anyone access this for free?
So USBE is actually going through the process themselves of getting it approved by the board there so that it will be available for the whole state.
And is that limited to Utah, or will it be put in OER?
I don't know, that they will make that choice of whether they'll put it in OER or not. Yeah.
We just want to be first on the scene, so we're bringing it to you before.
We
What is
appreciate it.
OER?
An open education resource, so free for everybody.
So it hasn't technically been approved yet by USBE?
They are having several people vet the lessons this year and going through that process.
So do you know when it will be implemented statewide? Like, their plan
I think they're
is?
hoping next year.
So in the fall of 25? Okay.
I happened to just click on one of the links. Civic and character education.
The laws?
Yeah, for the laws that we're creating curricula for. And I was wondering, is this just like a one-time teaching? Like 4th grade, they learn about being honest, having integrity, morality, civility, or do we reinforce that throughout?
So that should be reinforced, but the actual, some of the standards from K through 1st and 2nd grade, they have that exact phrase copied and pasted into the standards. So that if you look directly at the standards for 1st grade, if we come back here, it is in one of the standards where they're supposed to be learning about those character traits. And it's in 2nd grade. So we have things throughout that they can be learning about it. In 2nd grade specifically, we have different months where they focus on those different character traits, but then they refer back to them throughout the year. Well, no, it
High
does.
school?
Yeah, those
Okay.
things do come up throughout the standards.
Ms. George, if I may, Kay, would you mind talking to us about the House Bill 381 passed that talking about social studies standards and what would be required in high schools? It now requires us to have, or will require us to have 3.5 credits of social studies for each graduating senior. The state, if I understand it, was at 3. Jordan District has been at 3.5 for some time. And this just brings the state up to where we already are. And it does require that at least 1/2 or 0.5 credits may be earned through policy analysis, government systems, civic engagement, or an involvement in some sort of other program similar to that. So just in keeping with this in speaking of Utah's laws, I thought that might be relevant.
Is that a different proposal than originally? Wasn't it extending for a full year of government, and now it's 0.5 the way it passed?
Yeah, it included graduation requirement is equal to or exceeds 3.5 units or 3.5 semesters or credits, including at least one in American constitutional government and citizenship.
1 credit, so a full year of
Yeah.
American
And half of
government.
that American government could be done through policy analysis, government systems, civic engagement, or some sort of other similar program.
What is a little adjustment for
It-
us in
it-
terms of an extra
It may
half
be.
credit?
That's what I just wondered if Ms. Rizzuto had any further information on that, or if
So we might have to change a couple of things with the high school, at the high schools, but a lot of the students are already doing things that could count. So it's not going to be a huge change for our district, but there will need to be some changes made.
I think it would require the school just to look at the course offerings and make sure that they're offering enough and that the courses offered are consistent with what the law now is describing as acceptable courses for those units for that extra 0.5 that's required statewide. Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot with that, but that was relevant to the conversation.
Other questions on the social studies? All right, again.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. So we will be implementing this in the fall, correct? And it's just another new curriculum we're giving to our teachers. Unfortunately, they're all starting at the same time, I feel like.
Right. So this curriculum is different in that it's not going to have an assessment with each piece, and everything is embedded in what they do. So if we look at, because I have the first grade open, if we pull up, I was just looking at this one earlier today. This lesson on this Native American woman. It has everything that they would need to do. It has a little book that they could learn about her and her life, and it's not going to take a lot of extra time. And a shout out to our creator. She learned how to do clip art like this on her own. So she learned how to create this. And then it would have a little peacemaker worksheet that the students would learn about how they can be a peacemaker following the example of this lady. So this would be the extent of it. They're not going to be tested on it. So everything they have is available, ready for them to use. They just would make copies of it, or if they do it on Canvas, they could do it on Canvas.
Similar to what they're already doing, and so
Except for they don't have to create it on their own.
That's what I was just going to say. They're probably going to be thrilled because right now they're kind of gathering what they can, right?
Yes, so all the teachers who have been working and piloting it this year, they have been so grateful and say it's so easy to just fit into their day because everything is already there and everything that they need.
Might also add that Kay's done a tremendous job of working with integration. So as far as like Wit and Wisdom does a lot of social studies things. So she has also organized lessons so that as teachers are already doing Wit and Wisdom, if they choose to go into depth, the resources are available. So it can broaden and extend and hopefully provide some additional materials that they didn't have before. And similarly, when we talk about a product called UFly, which is an abbreviation I'll let Michelle describe, but Kay is also linking passages that have to do with social studies that they can be used in our phonics program as well. So seeking for more integration in the ways that teachers can not have to look at it hopefully as one more thing.
And going along with that, I've done, based off of our Jordan District pacing guide, the UFly passages that I've been creating are following that pacing guide. So if they are following it, they could use those passages to just fit in with that pacing guide.
It is an important point that we worry about everything happening at once for elementary teachers. The state's timing is not our timing, I guess, is what I would say. And we have to, I think we've tried to delay some things and time some things, and this is actually a support. I would say that some of the changes we made in some other areas, while also a support, were also a big shift from the way things had been done previously. Instead, I think this is overlapping with some other things already happening, providing materials that weren't previously provided. So it's not stretching. It is new, but it doesn't stretch methodology and the schedule and other things in ways that maybe other bigger initiatives have.
this should be more of support than a lift.
Yeah, right. I think it's more manageable.
And what is the life expectancy of this?
When we started, one of the directions that USBE gave us was to plan on it being usable for 10 years. So
And will that create some maintenance for you, or you just create it and
Well,
Let it
for
go.
our Jordan District teachers, yes, I will provide the maintenance for them.
Thank you.
Not for the whole state.
It is a big deal that Jordan's teachers and that Kay have been so involved at a state level. It's really an honor. And I dropped in on the group at least once, and they're all pretty excited about social studies. There's a lot of social studies energy radiating from the room, so it was great.
Thank you for representing us so well.
Were our teachers received a stipend, I hope, for this? And then did that come from the
BE.
USBE? Okay, perfect. All right, other questions on social studies? Okay, let's hear about reading.
Yeah. Let me just quickly announce this or introduce this idea as Michelle connects. So she's got one over there. Contracts. Contracts is a thing that, as we know, curriculum often lives and dies by contracts. And a contract life is usually about 5 years. Sometimes it can be more. We can also do year-to-year contracts. They tend to be more expensive, which is why we go into a 5-year contract. And the impetus for this conversation with our DE 501, and we actually started this conversation with them last year because this is kind of a bigger contract that we've had with elementary K2, has to do with phonics. And so the product that we have been using, which is really great reading, our contract is expiring in June of 2025. That's what that is what necessitated this conversation. So we have a product that we like, and that's what I'm going to have Michelle present in these slides. So this was a recent ad, so you should have it now also in your board information. And we get it.
It's beautiful.
Thought you had a very calm screensaver.
Vera Sequoia. We love technology.
For really great reading is up. That is crazy. It feels like we were just learning about this.
Put it up. Do I not have a? It's right here. Thank you. Thanks, Kay. Maybe it's a whole thing. Now I have a black screen. There we go. But it is funny because I can't see how to advance it. Let's try to look on this for a second. I can't.
So what it's doing is it's acting as another display, so that's how we're sure. Here it is. Now it's on that screen.
Okay, go ahead and present. All right. Okay, there you go.
Okay, I'll go ahead and we can use Carolyn's computer. We don't have many slides. So yes, it is amazing that time has gone by so quickly. I do feel like it was yesterday that we were here talking about really great reading. And we'll go ahead and advance the slide. So in just giving you a little background and a little context, we use Scarborough's Reading Rope as a way to explain how reading takes place in the brain. So there are two pieces that need to happen for reading. The first is we have to be able to decode the text. We have to know what the letters say, what the words say, and be able to pronounce those sounds and those words. Then the top half of the rope is referring to language comprehension. We also have to know what those words mean, and we have to have some background knowledge and some information about what we're reading about. And when those two pieces come together, when we can decode and we have some vocabulary and some understanding of those words, we have reading comprehension. And we want that to happen fluently and efficiently. And so when we've talked about last year when we came with Wit and Wisdom, we were talking about the top half of the rope, the background knowledge, speaking and listening, writing, language comprehension, vocabulary, those pieces. So today we're going to be talking about this bottom half of the rope, which is phonological awareness, phonics, and word recognition, being able to recognize words quickly and easily as they're in sight. So that's just kind of where we're going with this today. So we'll go ahead and advance the slide to the next one. So we've had 5 years in our contract with Really Great Reading started in on June 23rd of 2020. It will expire this summer, June 23rd of 2025. And we've seen some, I'm grateful for the journey that we've had with Really Great Reading. They've been a fantastic company to work with. Our teachers have had some great experiences. It's been a fantastic building block for us. We are seeing 72% of our kindergartners leave at Benchmark now, which is very exciting. We're holding steady with 61 to 64% of our first and second graders leaving at Benchmark, and then seeing this rebound of 71% of our third graders leaving at Benchmark. So while that's good, we want to be better. We want to expand, and specifically what we would like to see is we would like to see with the kindergarten leaving at 72%. Of course, we want 95% of those kids at level by the end of kindergarten, but we also don't want to see the decline. We don't want to see the drop going from kindergarten to first grade. We want to see them keep that 72% and move them even higher than that. So that's what we are hoping that we're going to see with UFly and what our goal is in supporting teachers in this way. So go ahead and forward. Yes. One thing to note about this is that when we adopted Really Great Reading, we were just the state was really starting its journey with the science of reading at that point, and the nation was as well. And while there were some good products on the market, there weren't a lot of them. And right now we have more products on the market, and some of which have really developed to be very strong. And one of the things that also happened in this process is that before 2020, USBE did not have requirements about phonics programs or phonological awareness programs, and now it does. And UFly is one that is approved by USBE. It is on the RIMS list and as an approved Tier 1 phonics program. Really Great Reading is approved as a Tier 2 phonics program, but not as a Tier 1 phonics program. So that is also something that we keep in mind as we're looking forward with these programs. So as we're talking about UFly, it comes from the UFly is an acronym that stands for University of Florida Literacy Institute. Florida has the Florida Center for Reading Research. They're one of the leading entities in the science of reading in the United States, and they have supported letters training. And you may be aware that our teachers in grades kindergarten through third grade, and also our special education teachers, have been able to have letters training, which is a 2-year program helping them understand how reading really transpires and learning about best practices in the science of reading. This program, the way it was born is Holly Lane is one of the creators. She's a researcher at the Florida Institute, and at the University of Florida. And what they noticed was that their teachers were getting letters training as a pre-graduate, but when they were going into the schools to teach, the programs that were available were not matching the training that they were receiving in letters. And letters training actually has a recommended phonics lesson plan. And this program, UFly, is built as a one-to-one match to that phonics lesson plan template. And it has all the pieces and components that that we would want to have in a good phonics program. It is both research and evidence-based, meaning that we know a lot about research and how this happens, but also we want to see that when we try it in schools, does it work? And so this was originally tried in 3 elementary schools to start with, and then went to a district of 21 elementary schools, and has since went to many other elementary schools, and to prove that it does in fact have high results. And we started our pilot this year with UFly, and we've seen some really great things as we've started our pilot. Some things that we've seen is teachers really like it. The reports that we're hearing from teachers is that they feel like it's an easier lift to learn how to do the routines, and it's an easy implementation. Everything that they need is right there. It's really affordable. There's a one-time cost of $90 per teacher. That includes what they get is this book, and all of the resources that go along with this book are all free online. The Florida Center for Reading Research has always had their products free and online. Since I've been a teacher for, all the years, early 90s, they've always had their resources free.
Now, when does that $90 license expire?
It does not. There is no ongoing contract, which is wonderful because not only do we need to, every year it's a lot of work keeping track of making sure all of the teachers have a license and all of the kids have a license and that they've all been assigned their licenses, and it's a lot of work and it's a lot of money. And so having a sustainable product that does not require a contract and does not require ongoing licenses and does not require us to have this discussion again in 5 years is really something that is exciting. We have several products right now in literacy that are sustainable. We use Haggerty for phonological awareness. That's one that is ongoing that does not require licenses. 95% group, which is what we use in our tier 2, is also sustainable and does not have ongoing contracts. So we have some really, I was very excited when this came available. We did see, which was promising, in several of the schools that we worked with this school year. We haven't had end of year data, obviously, but we did get middle of year data. And in several of our schools, that first grade bump that I was talking about, where we have that dip in the middle of first grade and then they stay low by the end of first grade, that did not happen for several of the schools. In fact, what happened was at their beginning of year, the kids that came in, we saw an increase by middle of year, which if we continue to see that and an increase again by end of year, the hope is that they would end up at least where they ended in kindergarten, if not higher. So that's promising. And the teachers have also said that the kids, these lesson plans require students to do a lot of writing. They build words. They are really hands-on participants in this, and the teachers report that they feel like they have higher student engagement because of that. Of course, we want to be sensitive because, as you pointed out, we have had a lot of change, and some of the change that's been intentional, and other pieces have been that we just have to make it happen right now because it's the way that we're structured. But we understand that math is also new. And there is a bit of training that happens with this. It's around a 3-hour training that we bring teachers in and we can train them in using the program within 3 hours. We know that we'll want to continue to use Haggerty. We saw with our kindergarten that was one of the pieces that has continued to be strong, and it's a good support. So these two programs will work really well together. And what we're hoping is that for next year, knowing that teachers have had a lot of change, that we would like first to seek approval from the board for UFly, and secondly, to continue and extend the UFly pilot with those schools who feel like they're ready to move to Utah or UFly. We've had several schools ask if they could join the pilot, or if they could be part of that pilot. We know not all schools or all teachers are at that point, considering that they're still learning the new math curriculum and they're involved in that training. But we would like to seek to continue our pilot program. And we do have, as Kay mentioned, we've worked together to provide some open houses where families, teachers, board members, community members can come and look at this curriculum firsthand.
We'll also send a notification to parents about these open houses, and some of the materials can be accessed digitally. But if they want to handle, and look at any sort of manuals, we'll have those available at these open houses.
You have budgeted funds for this, or are you asking for additional funds?
Well, we have ongoing money that we have for really great reading. This will be quite a significant dip in that. So if we will have to have some of that funding pay for schools who will continue with really great reading on a one-to-one, like a year-long contract, because we're not going immediately into UFly. But we'll have to negotiate that. We've already kind of worked with the really great reading to get a price, and we think that will fit within the budget that we've had for really great reading, and that whatever these new schools will need will still fit within the operating costs for what we've had for really great reading.
This changed the structure of walk to read time, and how much of a change will that be?
That is a great question. So walk to read time is structured as an intervention. This is a tier 1 instruction. So the hope is that with this instruction that we'll have fewer students who need intervention. That's always the goal, to try to get as many students as we can at level in tier 1 instruction. And so it shouldn't change walk to read at all. There shouldn't be anything new or different. The only thing that could happen with Walk to Read is this program could also be potentially used to reinforce skills. And so if a teacher wanted to, rather than put kids in a Walk to Read group who weren't flagged with Acadians needing a diagnostic, a teacher may want to just reinforce what they did in their tier 1 phonics, and this would be an appropriate place to use that.
We're not looking at training a huge team. We're looking at training just the teacher for this program.
Yes.
I am hearing some feedback that we're spending a large portion of the day between between Wit and Wisdom and our Walk to Read. A lot of time is going into reading instruction, which probably is appropriate for elementary, but will this change that balance at all, or are we looking at a similar time?
So this won't change the time that we spend in tier 1 phonics. This program takes around 30 minutes, which is the recommended time. That's what USBE recommends. It's also what research recommends for phonics instruction in tier 1. Really great reading took about the same. The one thing that's a little bit different is that in the way really great reading was structured, we did always allot that 30-minute block of time in the day, but the day 1 and day 2 in really great reading was a little bit shorter. The lessons were a little bit shorter, and the day 3 was a little bit longer. And so it was a little bit of a balancing act for teachers to kind of see how that time allotment would work, where this is more of a standard 30 each lesson. Each day takes about the same amount of time. There is a little bit of discrepancy as far as day one is just a little bit shorter than day two, but that extra time should be used in reading from the text that they learned the day before, doing some oral reading fluency. Good questions.
General curriculum question. We heard from Miss Rizzuto, Miss Rizzuto, that we have teachers capable of generating excellent curriculum. And then we spend millions of dollars to buy curriculum from various curriculum providers across the country. And I know I've asked a question like this in the past, but I wanted to hear the answer again, I guess. If we have staff that know how to create excellent curriculum, why do we look to pay millions of dollars outside of the district to buy curriculum? This example doesn't fit because it's so inexpensive. So it makes sense to go ahead and purchase it. But in some of the other cases, what's the justification for that?
May I respond? I think what this demonstrates is that there are certain subjects and grade levels that may lend themselves more easily to local creation of curriculum as opposed to purchasing curriculum. And where we are able to, we create the curriculum ourselves. Where we're able to find something inexpensive, we find that. But sometimes we do need a curriculum that is more comprehensive, more data-based, and that's not to diminish any particular subject. That's not to diminish anyone's work, but in some areas, it's more conducive to creating that locally than for other subjects.
Case by case.
It's case by case. So if everything we did was always created by us, that might give me pause. And if everything we ever did was always purchased for millions of dollars from far away, that might give me pause. But I think we create a good combination of sources based on what we're hoping to achieve and how technical some aspects of curriculum might need to be. So
Price and bandwidth are the main consideration.
sometimes it's bandwidth too. I mean, having the USBE support to do this is helpful. But it's a question I think we need to ask ourselves each time. Is there another way we could have accomplished this more locally and for less money?
And I think about like Wit and Wisdom, for example, where there are thousands of books, individual books purchased. So the amount of money that goes into the materials. So you know what I mean? So even if we had created a similar program, it would still cost just as much to purchase all the books. And so even when I think about $90, that is a bargain, but there's also the cost of the paper for teachers preparing lessons. I mean, so it's inexpensive, but there are other costs associated with it. You know what I mean? So I think there are some things that we don't automatically think about or see when we're looking at purchasing curriculum.
We also, for social studies, we also received a significant amount of money from USBE to pay stipends to the teachers. So it wasn't free.
Right. Yeah. And I understood that as well. I would just be, as a board member, I would probably be willing to offer money to teachers who wanted to get together and create curriculum. Yeah.
One other thought, just as we're talking about that, social studies can, at the state level, is nuanced for the state of Utah. So it makes sense, as the superintendent mentioned, to have people in the state working on some of those concepts, especially, given what the state of Utah really wants to see for social studies. The science of reading has been a national movement that, with letters training and some really good research coming from like the University of Florida, some of these other places that are very specific. Those concepts and the specificity needed for those exact kind of scientific pieces wouldn't be beyond our capacity, but at the same time, it would require quite a bit of time and effort to come up with a product that was that detailed based on the kind of research that is needed for reading. And it's not to say that it's not trying to diminish social studies, it's just a different audience, I think, to his point. I want to make one other comment. President George mentioned that open educational resources, that has not always been a super available trend. I mean, now they're coming more and more open. We just did that with math. Where we were able to get a math resource. We paid for the training, but not as much for the actual resource. And as these materials become, you have a university who's really working with this, and so the cost is minimal. And as that becomes hopefully a greater trend, we might see more of that becoming available. But so far, it hasn't been as prevalent as it is now.
I would just add that UFly in particular, that this is a nonprofit organization. The university doesn't get profit for this, so we've been told that it's the $75 covers the cost of the printing and the paper and the binding, and then the rest is shipping. So that's why it's...
Great question. Thank you.
I appreciate, Ms. Lovell, your enthusiasm for the curriculum. I felt that. I think I understood that you said some of these elementary schools will wait a year before implementation of this. And how do you determine which elementary schools wait?
A lot of it has to do with where they are in terms of their math training. And we let principals decide that, because the teachers that are going to be specifically in the crosshairs here are going to be K2. Those are the teachers who are also doing math training and who would potentially be doing this UFly training. And we want to be very sensitive to the fact that certain teams have taken that on, they're moving forward. But if they're not feeling ready, or they don't, are wanting to hold for just a minute, they can move another year through really great reading. We can accommodate that as they finish their math training. And we're trying to allow them that choice, that voice and choice that kind of helps them to feel like they're a little bit more ready. We're moving in this direction if the board approves this, and so we hope that there's there's a timeline in place that we can help them with that. But we felt like it was just something we needed to be aware of at this time.
And to Ms. Barrow's earlier comment, that allows a school to decide to stagger, but we wouldn't say everyone has to do it this year, or everyone has to wait for the next year so that we're staggering it for them, because some people are very, very eager to get their hands on UFly. So we're trying to balance both, because if we wanted to really save money, we'd say everyone's doing UFly this year. It's happening now, because we don't want to pay for a program that's on its way out. So I think they've struck a really good balance. If you are craving this, you can get it right now. If you need another year because of everything else that's going on, you can wait a year. So I really like the way that it's structured. And just to reemphasize what was said before, I've only heard about social studies that it's a support, because, here are all the materials I need, and here's the updated everything, and it's on the state's timeline. So what I really feel like we can do from here on out, and someone will quote me on YouTube about this, but I really feel like we're settling into where we can say, okay, we have some really up-to-date, cutting-edge curriculum in place, and we can lean into this for a long time because things aren't expiring. It's up-to-date research that backs it, and we can really lean into it and focus on doing it more and more effectively rather than what's the next thing that's coming. There'll always be change, but I think that will be minimized in after the next year or two.
So are we only waiting
We'll have to just see where we are with math. I mean, again, we're trying really hard to just get a finger on the pulse. We want to be very careful and cautious about how fast we're moving. We think it will help us to save money, but to the superintendent's point, that's something that we could negotiate with principals to help us see what makes the most sense here. It does make sense to move forward. At some point, we are going to have to say we're doing this, whether that's, into next year, but we feel like it makes sense to kind of ease into this process.
For now, we're talking timeline, not deadline.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Good way to say it.
I will say, anecdotally, the only emails I've received regarding this are, how can I get to do it? Every email I've heard has been, wow, this school gets it and I want it to.
Yeah, and I've been a part of listening. This has been a great opportunity for us to bring in, again, these teachers and just listen to what they're saying. And we've done that already in 2 sessions. We intend to do it in 3 others with several of these teachers that are implementing to hopefully learn the best things that we can do to help with the training and to kind of allow teachers to ease into this, especially as they're also doing math. We're very sensitive to that. So,
Will this come back to us for approval?
yes. So what happens next is we go through this open house period. We've tried to formulate as many dates before school, after school, during school that will accommodate people should they be interested. A lot of it will be digitally available, and we'll send it out to an email to parents and to teachers, K-6. And in terms of UFly, it will be probably K-3, just because it doesn't apply to some of the upper grades. And then once they've had a chance to review this, then we'll bring it back to, it has to go through 2 open board meetings, so with open patron comment. So 2 meetings will take place, and on the second one of those open meetings, that was when it will be on the agenda, we think, to have you vote. But we can, of course, do anything according to what timeline you would like.
When the email goes out to parents, can we get a copy also?
For sure.
Let me just say this new process works really well for me, that you come early on in the stage, make us aware long before the public is, beating down our doorsteps trying to tell us what's wrong with it. We have an exposure to it. So I know this is a change from what's been happening. I just love the new process.
And I have to hand it to the people that you've chosen to be on this committee. They are great voices. They've been very, very helpful in terms of their reflections, giving us things to think about before we even bring it to you. So, thank you.
Questions? Great. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank
It's
you.
exciting to see progress in the district. All right. Up next, we have our 2025 graduation speaking assignments. Mr. Sorensen, come on down.
I'm gonna hand out a hard copy.
It's easier to take.
Nice
on.
to
Thank
just
you.
take some notes as we're going through a lot of different names.
Everybody get your calendar out.
Yes, please.
Brad, I'd like to know who said the best way to predict the future is to create it.
Oh, I looked it
Both
up.
of them. Both of them.
No, it was not Abraham Lincoln. He is.
You're correct, right? So when you Google that, they both get credit. When they look, I know we have 3 schools using this same theme.
I thought that was hilarious.
And so when you Google it, both have been given credit. But to your point, Aaron, I also looked that up and noticed that Abraham Lincoln actually never said that, but has been credited for saying that a lot. So
he said
we'll let, anyway,
So it's
It's-
really Peter.
it is.
I think Abraham
Yes.
Lincoln said use the
You
internet
should
to
let
find
some
out.
of those schools know.
That's what the internet said. So anyway, we'll,
That is never wrong.
I'm glad that you all caught that there are 3 schools using the same theme. It's exciting. Okay, so we're here, excited to kind of look for some assignments. As you know, our schools they're in the process of planning and preparing for their upcoming graduation ceremonies. With that comes the names of the board members that will be there, as well as cabinet members, so that they can finalize their programs and things that are going on there. At this point, The names that are listed there, just so you know, that are in green, but this is a black and white copy. So all those names listed under board speakers are in green, but they're from last year. So those are the individuals that spoke last year at each of those assignments. The ones listed in the smaller print underneath the top one were board members that also attended that graduation ceremony. Schools do appreciate knowing board members that plan to attend so that they can prepare accordingly and kind of go from there. So our goal tonight is to try to finalize these assignments so that we can get those out to the different schools. You can see down underneath, and we've kind of listed them this year so that they're done by the first one and moving on down instead of alphabetical like we've done in the past. So we're looking at time conflicts or anything that works. And down at the bottom, South Valley and Kari Sioux both have indicated at this point that they don't need speakers, but if they end up having a ceremony or something available, they'd love to kind of have a backup name that's in there. And River's Edge is looking at potentially having one graduate. So those are much smaller. Just so those of you that haven't been through this, those three listed down there are kind of more simple ceremonies that are done at that local school. And then everything else. You'll also notice that Harriman High has now included themselves into the rotation down at UVU. So all high school graduations are taking place down at UVU over the 2 different days. And moving forward in the future, they just plan to kind of circle their rotation. So, which means if Mountain Ridge High, which is our last on the second day, in a year from now, will move to the first day on the early slot. And that's how that rotation is going to start, now that we have all 6 schools in there.
Can you verify Kings Peak's graduation? Because
I can't. Yeah, I can verify. So it is at 6 o'clock. Is that what? Tell me what you're asking.
It just says May 30th, 2024.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
That is incorrect. We will verify that. That is incorrect. We will. I apologize for that. As much as I've looked at it, I believe it's Thursday, June 5th. So we just didn't change that day below.
At 6 p.m.
It is, so that it's at the same time as Mountain Ridge High. Yes, I apologize for that, Daryl.
The hope.
Sorry, that was an old date right in there that will get corrected.
That would be creating the past. I don't know who said that one, but
I'm just wondering if there's some kind of person going to graduate this
Exact
year.
conflict as last year too.
Every year,
Darn
but one.
it.
But not in the future,
next year,
Daryl.
maybe,
Starting forward, we're rotating, and it will not be a conflict in the future.
This meeting is being
Once every
recorded.
6 years, it will, but not next year.
I have to
And
worry about
quote
it in
him
6
later.
years.
I will take Harriman. I'm happy to speak, but I will definitely be there.
So I'm going to let you decide how you want to issue these out. Yeah, how do you want to?
Anyone want to come to Harriman with me, or will I be alone?
I'll come with you. Mountain Ridge, unless they're tired of hearing from me, but I want to attend Bingham.
Okay, so Mountain Ridge as a speaker and Bingham as a visitor? Okay.
I'd like to speak at West Jordan High School's graduation, and I would like to attend Copper Hills High School graduation.
Same as last year?
Yes.
Ask Brian on Mountain Ridge, though. Would you want to speak there, or you have some?
I'm fine speaking at Riverton or Copper Hills. Either one. If someone else has strong desires to speak at either one, I'll speak at the other one.
I can swap you if you want to just have some variety. Okay, so Brian is speaking at Copper Hills
Suzanne should speak at Riverton. That's the school she represents.
Copper Hills is the school I represent.
Is that the only one you have?
It doesn't matter. They have
'Cause
heard
I have-
from
I
me
could-
every year.
Do you have somebody graduating from Copper Hills that you know?
No.
Oh.
Not this year.
I will be at Copper Hills for sure.
And I plan on also being at Copper Hills.
Got you at Copper Hills.
But if somebody else wants to be there, I don't have to like pass out diplomas, because I don't know how it would work with 3 people.
I am planning to be at Valley. I can speak, or if somebody else wants to, I don't have a reason.
I'll also attend there.
Would you like to speak, Suzanne? Oh, you've got one speaking. At Riverton? Sorry, that's what I assumed. We
And
just,
then at Valley, I'm happy to, or happy to let you.
And I would like to attend Valley graduation also.
so Valley, we're gonna have Nikki, Suzanne, and Lisa. I am not speaking yet anywhere, and Erin is not speaking yet anywhere.
Aaron should speak at Bingham.
Okay, so.
I would like to attend West Jordan High also.
Daryl is attending. Daryl, are you speaking yet?
Mountain Ridge.
Oh, at Mountain Ridge. Okay, and tell me where you just said West Jordan you're going to attend? Okay.
I'll
Wednesday,
attend.
June
I'll attend
4th.
Riverton with Suzanne.
And Riverton is going to be Brian. Okay. Bingham will be Suzanne. Okay. Sorry, I started taking notes on other ones. So, Valley, who said they were coming? Suzanne and Lisa? Sorry, I'm using your first names. I'm slipping here.
I'm
Okay,
taking notes too, just in case. I'm
Okay,
trying to catch all of
perfect.
this so we can bounce off each other.
So, Kings Peak High, if it is the evening of the 5th, I cannot attend, so can I speak at Valley? Is that okay with you guys? Okay, so I will speak
our
at
president.
Valley. Oh, I was asking the other people who already said they wanted to come. Lisa.
So what day is Kings Peak again? It's not May 30th?
It's
June
Thursday,
5th.
June 5th.
Okay.
Yes, sorry
It's
about
still
that.
at 6 o'clock,
It
right?
is. That is correct.
Is anyone available?
I can attend, Kings Peak.
I'd
You
like to
want-
attend Kings Peak as well.
Okay. Which of you would like to speak?
I'm happy to speak, but I don't have to.
You're
rock, paper,
both
scissors.
speaking once, so.
And yeah, maybe Erin should.
I can speak at Kings Peak, sure.
Will speak, Lisa will attend. Okay. It's reserved. All right, Mountain Ridge, we only have one board member attending so far, which is fine, but I'm just pointing it out. Okay, Harriman, I know Bryce, you're speaking. Is anyone else attending? Daryl said he would. Sorry, I was slow there.
In that case, I might go to West Jordan, but I'll just be in the audience. I won't be on the stand. Because why go home?
Well, sit on the stand, goodness.
Yeah, you
They'll
should sit on
feel
the stand.
extra supported. Daryl.
No, don't put me down as being on the stand. I mean, I don't care either way, but
Okay.
I might be asleep in the audience.
It's a long day.
That's a long day, but
They have those little sleeping
It's
you
pods
gotta
That's
there
ask yourself, do you want to get out of that
know?
parking lot
Well, they have like
twice?
these little,
No, nothing else
Added
is
bench
happening the
things.
same day as Copper Hills. Why are they so early? Or Valley. It's Valley. That's why. Copper Hills is Thursday at 8:30. I will be at Copper Hills. So then, who's after that? Riverton. I'll stay for Riverton too. Okay, what about South Valley? These are just visitors. We don't speak there. But
I'll go.
I'd like to go to South Valley. Let me check my calendar first.
I also want to go to South Valley. It's so fun.
Yeah, I'll attend South Valley.
Okay. And then Kari Sue, it's Friday, May 30th.
Tentatively put me down for that one.
And we're okay if we just show up to Karisu graduation.
Yes.
Right. It's just nice to know that there's a board presence.
Yeah.
But if you want to come and you don't sign up now, nobody will kick you out.
As you can see, like Karisu has their parade that they do outside, so it's
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fun to cheer.
it's different. Yeah.
Put me down for Kari Sue as well.
I think I will also attend. Okay, and then River's Edge. Can we outnumber the graduates?
Yes,
Out of
we
town.
can.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
we
we can.
can.
So, Friday, June 6th, unfortunately, I will be out of town. Anyone here?
I'm probably here. And I will probably go to Karisu in South Valley also.
Well attended. Okay, so are you volunteering to speak at River's Edge?
Yeah, is it just a two-way conversation?
Do they want to
You
speak?
just sit down,
How many graduates do we
need a
listen to?
knee.
Right now, we're potentially going to have one.
Oh, so it is a two-way
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah. That's what I've heard.
I mean, usually there is a speaker. I've spoken there before.
But they'll communicate with you what it is we're looking for on that. So
No, it's 2-1.
No, it's 2-1.
Yes, we did it. Okay.
okay, can we just I'm going to clarify if that's okay with my
Please
notes.
do.
So President George is speaking at Valley with Suzanne and Lisa attending. Is that correct? And then at Bingham High, Aaron will speak with Suzanne and Daryl attending. At West Jordan, we'll have Lisa speaking with Aaron in attendance. Harriman will be Bryce speaking with Daryl in attendance. Copper Hills will be Brian speaking with Nikki and Lisa in attendance. At Riverton, Suzanne will speak with Brian and Nikki in attendance. At Mountain Ridge, we just have Daryl speaking. At Kings Peak, we have Aaron speaking with Lisa in attendance. At South Valley, we have Suzanne and Aaron and Nikki and Daryl all ready to attend. We have Kari Sue, we have Brian and Suzanne and Daryl and Nikki also ready to go. And River's Edge will have Daryl speaking with Suzanne in attendance. Did I get that correct?
Yes, and I am a question mark for Kari Sue,
Okay. Okay.
but I would like to go if I can make it.
Okay. Perfect. Okay.
And for your information, according to quoteinvestigator.com, 8 people said that statement. My favorite is anonymous.
Is anonymous? Well,
But
so
it
we'll
actually-
let the schools choose what they put in the
Put Daryl
program as their
Robinson down
thing.
as
Oh,
having
my
I'm
neighbor-
quoting Abraham Lincoln because I'm going to Harriman.
Okay, with that, I also included in board docs kind of the guidelines. I don't know if you had any questions regarding that. As I finalize this document, but basically it's a pretty simple speech that has some specific language that we followed that each board member says. You can see on there, it talks through the expected language that the principal uses, as well as the cabinet member uses, and then on to the board member to receive and finalize that graduation. So those are the guidelines that we use. If you're like cabinet members, I'm sure you could share some of your thoughts maybe that you share. We do that a little bit on the cabinet level. And we all recognize that we try to keep it simple and short, but it's your prerogative. You're the board members. So that's just an encouragement or suggestion coming from the high school. So anyway.
So can I just clarify? So
Absolutely.
we are to speak 2 to 3 minutes on the theme indicated, and
You don't.
we
you
don't have to speak.
No,
That's
you
just
don't. That's just a
FYI. That's their
reference.
theme.
Yep,
Got
just so
it.
you know. Yeah.
And then gown on stage.
yeah. So
Will I be getting it? I'm assuming this is not a ball gown, but a graduation gown.
yeah, it is. It's a graduation gown, and once
The
the
gown
schools
on stage, yes, is a graduation gown. The no, if you want to wear another sort of gown, you're welcome to.
But navy, dark gray or brown, maybe black.
Yes,
Yes.
those are the colors that are recommended in the guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
Might have missed
just
those
not-
over the years.
just not to be a standout. But once the schools know who it is, what they'll do is reach out to you
Okay.
to get your sizes so that they can work with Jostens to make sure that we have the correct size of gown for you. So if you don't hear from them, please let me know. That you haven't heard, especially. So again, the schools that have the gowns you can see are Bingham High and Riverton. So
Kings
And
Peak.
Kings Peak.
and Kings Peak, you are correct. So those three. If you haven't heard from them as we get into April, please let me know, and then we can reach out to make sure. But once we give them these assignments, they're usually pretty good about reaching out to try and get that information from you.
Are we still renting gowns at the school, or are we now starting to purchase them?
You know, they have moved actually to a disposable gown. I believe that is transitioning this year. So it is.
I heard the cost is like $5.
I have 2 of them now.
Do you? Yeah. So it's they're right around the $40, and then there's no more collecting of the gowns. So I can't promise that's the case at every school.
That's a school decision.
That is a school decision as they work with Jostens, or whatever group they're working with. But right now, I do believe they're all working with Jostens. Yes.
So if I still have my own graduation gown,
Yes.
okay.
Or you could get a second one. And
Depends what degree
master's
is it.
What your degree,
Because if you've
yeah.
got stitched on
I think they're
colors,
It's just black. My high school one was white, but I won't pull that one out.
The white
could
one might
fit in
stand
at
out.
Bingham.
yeah,
I do have a black one.
yeah.
I wear the ones, I wear mine for my doctorate with the chevrons and all that. So you can wear,
matching colors,
yeah, you
For
can
your
wear the one that you
college
want.
graduation.
They will try to work with you though if
Sash.
you have that degree from a university. That they'll try to
They
match
get you the
that up.
hood and all that is the right
Yeah.
color. And
So
You mean I could wear my hood from my
You
college one?
should.
Oh,
Of course.
I should. Well,
Of
I
course.
think I have it in a box
well,
somewhere.
but I think they could also ensure that they get you a hood if.
Okay.
you seem a little bit excited about what you get to wear at graduation. Evening gown,
Hey, Stray Gray,
graduation.
Is this not the time to say I have a closet full of costumes?
I think it's tremendous. I'm really excited for you.
Yeah.
I
You guys
think
not
it's great.
sat through a whole graduation yet.
Yeah.
The enthusiasm will be different next year.
I attended all my graduations.
Oh,
I
it's
believe
awesome.
in it.
Suzanne, it takes about an hour and a half to hand out diplomas.
Yeah.
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 But honestly,
The best
it is
in the
amazing.
air-conditioned arena.
the amount of potential and effort that is in that room.
Yes. I believe
It
in
is
celebrating.
intoxicating. It is amazing. So
Face
I
will
love
hurt
it.
from smiling.
Yeah.
It's so
Yes.
wonderful.
And your hand will hurt. They will shake it with such enthusiasm by the end of the night, especially if you're there for three graduations. If you do the males especially and they're really excited, they'll just grab your hand, and by the end of the day, your hand is killing you.
Appreciate the heads up.
It's the greatest.
It does take longer to get out of the parking lot than to pass out diplomas, though.
I need to teach you my secrets then.
Okay, we're talking.
Okay. Any other questions regarding graduation ceremonies?
I know, last year at UCCU, at that center,
Uh huh.
I was told as a board member I can drive straight up and they have reserved parking for me, right?
That is
that still-
correct. That is correct.
Okay.
So if you've
Well, I
been
never
there,
heard
there's
this.
kind of a
This is why it's
But preferred parking.
Past the booth
back
there,
entrance.
yes.
and then you park back where they dock, where the docking area. Password is John Larson, and they let you back.
They did ask for my credential last year, and I hadn't brought it with me. But
From the email.
the guy let me in anyway, but he was a little
Hesitant.
annoyed that I didn't have it with me.
Just pull up the web page. If you forget it,
Yeah.
the website.
Just give him your
Here's me.
speech. Abraham Lincoln said,
www.
4
But
7
it
years
does
ago.
still take 20, 30 minutes to wait in the line of people getting in to park. But once you get in, you can, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yep.
And
there's
if you leave
a spot there.
before the graduates have had a chance to collect the things and get their parents, you're out of there in no time.
Last diploma, and then you book it to the.
Yep, last diploma, you shake everyone's hands and you walk out and you're the first one out of the parking
I would
lot.
appreciate any additional tips that one can provide.
These are all
Yeah,
great
in
tips,
closed
actually.
session.
So
Just-
you're getting
No,
some good ones.
Early
just
in
remember
advance, should I
that
get-
there's a large screen, and you are on stage. And the moment you touch the side of your nose, as in the Seinfeld episode, they will show you on
From
the
the
big
side.
screen. So just sit like you're at an auction, and if you move, you're going to have to buy something.
These are the
Because
tips I need.
The moment that you make a wrong move, the camera will be on you.
And you are elevated above the students, so keeping that in mind as well. Usually there are flowers that kind of are in between, so hopefully that's the case again. But just something to think
There's
about.
like a wall too.
Yeah,
That's helpful.
It's a fun day.
fun day.
Okay, I think that's everything. Thank you on that.
Hey. Don't leave the
I'm
table.
not. I'm here. I'm
We'll
here.
just roll into the fee schedule for 25-26.
I'll invite Cody to join me, though. Okay, let me see if I can connect here.
Brad, can I ask you one more thing? Will you give us an updated list of this?
I will, yes. I'll email everybody. I'll go back, put the names once cabinet members have also finalized our assignments, and then I'll get that out to everybody here in the next week or two.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm doing AirPlay. I think it's, let's see. Start mirroring. There we go. Okay. We're excited to talk fees. There's a lot of adjustments and information that'll come. As you know, a lot of the new bill, House Bill 344, that went through that kind of will buy. I want to make sure I'm referencing the right number. Correct, Mike? That gave us a little more time and a little more thoughts as we move through that. But I also thought, again, I know several of you have seen the history of kind of how we got to where we are, and you've seen this slide. We've condensed that a little bit, but we want to make sure that those that are new to kind of the creation of all of this, and basically what we do on an annual basis. And when I say we, Cody and I, these fees are mainly a secondary item. There are no fees that are allowed in the elementary ranks. However, there are some programs that we offer that students participate in where they do pay a fee to participate in that in the elementary ranks. So as we go through this, just again, I can't believe it's been a long time since fees were generated a long time ago, and we've had a lot of good work and a lot of good things that have gone in. And what we do as a district, and you've seen that link from perhaps, is the web page. We just found it easier to present and put on a website that we go through. But again, dating us way back to 2019, we've continued to review fees and fund balances with principals. There's lots of concerns about the amount of fees that were being charged and oftentimes the balances that remained. And so we made a concerted effort to have annual visits and monthly visits actually with all of our principals to look at those fees, look at their balances, creating a variety of systems that have been put in place to get where we are. What we call those spend plans are for the approval and the extracurricular. We had updated the ones that you see on this slideshow were last updated just last year, and those are the ones that we used again this year. But as we go through that, the process, just so you know at the school level, what happens is principals do spend time discussing and approving the requests that come to them by their staff, their coaches, whoever it is that's coming in as they submit those spend plans. Copies of those spend plans are available for anybody to look at, to see, and they're maintained at the school level. So if anyone has questions about a spend plan, they could actually go in and visit with the school principal who maintains those spend plans there. Once approved by the local administration, a proposed fee schedule is sent to the district for additional review by the AOSs and prior to being put on our proposed fee website. And then again, ownership of the extracurricular programs are discussed in great detail by each of the schools with their coaches, their advisors regarding their programs. We always remind them spending this year's money on this year's students is a goal. That's what we try to do. We're collecting money. We want to use it, on the students this year. If it's not on the fee schedule, we do not charge it. So we're very particular about, look, if you want to charge something, you need to submit that in this process and make sure it's on there. And so we have had groups come back to us, and sometimes we've even had coaches changes that we didn't anticipate with the timeline that they've come forward. And so oftentimes we either work within the fee schedule that existed by the previous coach and just tell them they'll transition that in the future. But it's important that they know that if it's not on our fee website, those are fees that will not be charged. Fees must be charged equal to or less than the expense incurred by the LEA. Again, our goal is to, when we collect fees, is to use that money and make sure that we're spending that. Participation fees focus specifically on program costs, such as transportation officials, UHSAA dues, Huddle, which if you're unfamiliar with what Huddle is, it's kind of a filming program that a lot of our coaches use to exchange films with opponents, but it's also to use for coaching. If you have kids that have been in our programs, they're able to actually watch themselves over the weekend to see what that looks like. So it's an expense that comes with that, depending on the sport. Uniforms, instructional equipment, materials, and other supplies. An LEA may not impose an additional fee or increase a fee to supplant or subsidize another fee. So, it's never our goal to charge a fee that we use for something different than what it was meant to be used for. So, and acknowledging that other accounts can be used to supplant another program cost. So, cannot be used. Sorry if I said can. So, moving into the new school year of 25-26, as you know, the law passed a year ago that basically limited us from charging in these three areas: school equipment, with only a few exceptions. There are some exceptions. Core class content areas. We actually have not charged in core content class areas for years. Math, English, science, and history. There are some lingering ones out there that have some questions that we'll continue to dissect, but for the most part, those four areas have been pretty protected from any fees. We've been trying to provide those without a fee already. And then general in nature, which is the registration fee that we're used to collecting and paying for. That is one fee that is significant that will go away, and no direct benefit to the student paying the fee. So though, like I said, at the high school, that has been, this last year it was, I want to say, what was it, 80? We had reduced it. It was 105, and then we reduced it down to 80. And middle schools, the last 2 years were what, Cody? They were switched down. But that is a fee that we can no longer charge at all. So that is something that will be a big change moving forward. Fees that may be charged under certain circumstances: a curricular activity where a student receives a credit or a grade while participating in the extracurricular activity, if it is for the following. So these are curricular programs that let me just give you an example of that. We have some, I don't want to say a lot, but we have several classes where kids actually take the course and receive, a credit for that class. So kids can, for participating in an extracurricular sport, they can actually receive a 0.5 credit for that participation to help cover some of the elective PE classes that we have. And so we can continue if the following is laid out here. Instrumental music equipment, if it's required to become the property of the student and it's non-consumable. Music instrument rental, school activity clothing such as choir suits and dresses, not regular for clothing items. And then elective classes that are outlined in House Bill 344. So that is an active link right there. So if you were to click on that link, it will take you directly to the law that has been passed, and you can kind of look through that to see what changes happened from the previous year to this year. Other fees that we can charge our adult education classes, we can continue to do that. Tuition for college credit, exam, textbooks. Basically, our AP classes, our IB classes, and concurrent enrollment are still laid out as far as classes where we can charge a fee. Fees to participate in driver education is still identified as a place we can charge fees. And competency remediation programs, makeup packets, things like that, where kids are making up credits, we can continue to charge that fee. Discretionary projects may require a student at any school level to provide materials or pay an additional fee. So a lot of that, what you'll see is in our woods, our auto type classes where they're choosing to participate in, or wanting to build or construct something that is above and beyond the class. So they're choosing they want to build a bed or a dresser that really isn't part of, the requirement to demonstrate your competency in that level. But some kids want to do that, and so we can charge a fee when it's expensive like that. And then all of our extracurriculars, can still be charged, including the life cycle replacement costs of school equipment directly used in the activity.
Question?
Yeah.
So there are some areas where we have been charging a fee, and we're not able to do that anymore by code, by law.
That is correct.
Are there some of these exceptions, or a fee may be charged in the following circumstances? Are there some of these areas where we're not charging a fee, but we can now, and we're wondering whether we should, to kind of make up for the areas that we can't anymore?
Yeah. Currently, we're charging in most of these areas where these exceptions have existed. We've been charging that. We kind of look in to ensure that we can still charge that, and we have been charging, to my knowledge. I'm trying to think if there's anything, Cody, you can think of, but where we can, we have been charging. Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question on the extracurriculars, including the life cycle replacement costs? I feel like when we know something needs to be replaced, it might be like at the end of that season. And so will we then make the new students pay for that cost, right, for the incoming? Or should we have made the students at the beginning of the year pay for that cost? Because we know it's going out, and so.
How we do it actually is in those areas, and I'll just use a basketball uniform as an example, because we try to have our schools purchase uniforms that they can maybe use for 2 or 3 years. And so we charge a percentage of that value of that equipment. So every year, what schools do in a case like that, like if we're rotating uniforms out every 4 years, we charge a 25% so that it's consistent, so that it's rotating through that process to the point of, it shouldn't be every 3rd year or 4th year group of kids that have to buy the new uniforms. So we do spread that out, and we include that as part of our participation fee when we put those in place.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, these are just examples so you can see what the spend plan looks like. that is kind of managed and handled at each of our schools. So what happens is a teacher, coach, advisor would kind of fill out this form and then submit that to the principal for consideration. And you can see on there, we kind of ask them, looking at their balance, where is it sitting? Well, how is it going to be used? So these are the spend plans that we talk about that are available or maintained at the school level. So these get passed out. We start this process, sadly, early in November, which makes it hard at times because we're just getting going. It feels like in the school year and we're trying to plan for the next year, but to meet the timelines and to give them what they're doing, they begin this process pretty early. And so these advisors and schools will set up kind of a deadline to get to them, so then principals have time to review that, have these conversations and discussions with them to kind of go over where their balance is with their account and look at things. So these are the spend plans that are kept there. Those are the class fee, and then the next one is just an example of our extracurricular spend plan form. And then as you can see, once that gets finalized and sent and approved by the principal that, yep, they're good, and they make adjustments as they have conversations, and that's what you'll see as we go into our proposed website, is where these conversations have led to changes or adjustments, or sometimes complete elimination of a fee, or sometimes a brand new addition of a fee, because maybe this year we had a big balance and so we didn't charge this year, and now we depleted that balance, and so now we're back to charging a fee. So these are certainly the worries, because in the 25-26 school year are potentially the fees that will no longer be available to us. So, or in that, should I say, the 26-27 school year. So again, this was a direction that was provided to us by the board way back in 2019 to follow that process. And then, you know, there's the proposed fee represents both required fees and other optional fees that are on the website. And I think as we look at that website as examples, you'll be able to see what some of those optional fees are. So
I have a question
Yeah.
about the last slide. The
Yeah.
last bullet says all fees listed on our proposed fee website are subject to fee waivers unless.
oh my goodness, unless indicated by an asterisk. I thank
Oh,
you for
unless
that.
indicated by an asterisk.
Yes, I
Okay.
apologize if that got shifted down. I missed that. Thank
No,
you.
that's
That's what it is.
It
So
was a
on the
cliffhanger.
website, it is a
I was like,
cliffhanger.
what? Unless what?
It is a cliffhanger. So unless indicated by an asterisk. So you'll see that.
Okay, thank
An
you.
asterisk. Okay. Things we want to discuss and we're hoping to get from you. First of all, this is kind of our proposed timeline that we're looking at. Obviously, today we're here having a conversation for the first time as we're looking into that. As you may or may not know, we're required to have 2 public meetings prior to these fees being or being approved. And so the next public meeting will be on March 25th. Our plan, if everything goes as is, we, in working with Sandy Reescraft, we plan to send out to all of Jordan School District patrons and families that this is our proposed fee schedule, that we will be having these public meetings on these dates where they can come and make any comments. So our plan is to communicate all of that out so that they're aware of what the new proposed fee website is available for review and that they can look at that. The April 8th is highlighted in yellow because that is a study session only, and so we would probably have to add a public meeting on that day just for the sake of fees. So if you're good with that, then that's where we can kind of squeeze that in. We were given this additional timeline, as you know. Originally, all of this had to be done by April 1st, but because of the new bill that took this time to pass, we've been given some grace period to get things done. But we're hoping to get everything done by May 1st. Is that right, Mike, on a deadline?
The State Board of Education actually took this up last week, and they extended the deadline to actually July 1.
Oh.
So we have more time. We were originally told May 1st would be in the bill. They worked with the sponsor of the bill, and they extended it to July 1, which really is not a helpful date, but we have to have it done well before then. But we do have some leeway there.
We could take a little more time than what's indicated here, but we could also condense it and finish it all before May 1st if we were to follow this proposed timeline. But that would require us to put out an additional public meeting on April 8th. So, any thoughts there? President George, what do you think?
I would prefer to do the shortened timeline and have things put away in time that we know what to expect for next year.
Unless there's a public outcry.
Okay.
Yeah, always open to change if our public demands it, but if it follows what we've seen in previous years, I think we'll be fine with this timeline.
Okay.
So there's no concern that constituents will be surprised by a public meeting on the second week instead of the fourth. Nobody will
Well,
come
in
back
addition
and say.
to the 4th. So we'll just add a section of public comment to that meeting. And I think that's not something we've never done before. So it might surprise someone, but we have a past precedent.
The vast majority don't even know when we meet.
And we're removing fees, we're not adding them, so.
Yeah.
Is that on us that they don't know when?
Well, there's 18 online right now, so.
We will certainly put that in our communication that we put out, that we'll be adding a public meeting on that day, so they'll be notified in plenty of.
And let me ask, will that public meeting be limited just to this topic, or will it resemble all other public meetings where anything can be addressed? Okay.
And historically, there's not a lot of people that come and say anything.
The first year there was. So there was a law change that says you can't, like, for example, football had a massive increase because now you have to pay for all the transportation within your budget. You can't use a transportation budget to pay for football or the sports team traveling. So their fees went up dramatically. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And we heard from a lot of people there. But where we're not making major changes, and in fact, we're actually decreasing fees, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of outcry.
Except in our participation fees, you'll see that as we come. So there are some increase proposed, but perhaps something we can talk about. Yeah.
I am curious, historically, what was the intent of the board in 2019 to have these fees listed?
Transparency. If you don't see it on this list, you won't pay it. We're not going to sneak anything.
Was this a request from constituents, or I'm just kind of curious about the context there, if anybody can recall?
So I don't know about the recent past, but I have a folder from when I registered at West Jordan High School, and inside this folder, it has listed all the fees. And so I think it's possible that it was going from a hard copy that is available at, I don't know, but I'm thinking in the past there was a time when it was available a different way, and now it's.
I can speak for my history. Bryce and I have been on the board the longest. When we got on the board, we made school fees a high priority. We started to look at accounts, and we'd have some groups that were saving for big equipment and had large balances, and we just started digging through those, kind of did our own audit. Then eventually the state did an audit because they saw what we were doing, and we really wanted to focus on this year's money spent on this year's kids. So we have done a huge lift. Even national articles were written about us, and so we thought we found the balance. Now I think the state removed that balance, which is up to them, but there'll be some consequences that the public will have to pay when they find out that this money's not there anymore and we have nowhere to find it. But It has been a high priority of our board and our district, really, to make sure money's collected is wisely spent. And I applaud administration. I applaud our coaches, because it really starts there. It starts with our coaches and our teachers and parents communicating, and then administration. By the time it gets to us, a lot of work's been done. But the process has really been great in finding that balance. And, the state did what they did, and we'll have to figure out a way around it. But this has been a significant issue for the board for the last decade.
And just by way of process, is this the last discussion we will have with you on this, or when we have these other meetings, will you come back?
Yeah, we'll be here at each of the meetings. You can ask us questions at any time, but those public meetings are typically just available. We don't do a presentation at those meetings, but if you had questions that you've been hearing about, then we would certainly be available to answer any questions that you get. This next item, the proposed maximum total aggregate, I highlighted it in orange here because John and I did a little looking at where we are. Way back when we set this $7,000 mark at what it might look like, and actually we discovered that we have some kids that are quickly approaching or exceeding this amount. So what that means, not a significant number, but what it means is that the total aggregate is, once they've hit, it's kind of like a ceiling, right? Once they've hit this $7,000, anything that they accrue above and beyond that $7,000 would then just be covered by the district. So many of these kids participate in fundraisers where they're able to reduce a lot of the costs that are associated to their kind of out-of-pocket. And so those amounts have managed to stay under that. But we have found in some cases, if a student had not participated in fundraisers, we probably would have, I think it was one kid at this point, one student at this point that actually exceeded that. But we are looking at, when I say several, we're talking 10 or 15 students that are right in this $7,000 range. And so there's certainly some caution there, and my suggestion or proposal might be that we look to increase this amount unless we're interested in covering the costs above and beyond what's currently set at $7,000.
As Brad said, it's kind of like an insurance out-of-pocket maximum.
The
And
deductible.
Once you hit that, once you hit the max deductible, then your knee's getting replaced, you're
going on every trip you can.
you're getting everything done. That's the potential. We don't know of anyone who's actually acted in that way.
But they
that's
might
what
not
that-
know.
Well, that's what the limit is there for. But you
And
get to
when
set
was it
that.
set?
This was set when we first did it. I'm going to guess 2020. So it's been a while. We haven't moved from 7,000 since we started this process. So
About how much does it look like these few students are going to exceed the 7,000?
we saw some that potentially could be in the $9,000 range.
Do we have to have a maximum?
We do.
How many of the students approaching that are taking advantage of the extended trips that we authorized recently?
When we looked at it, John, I don't think we looked and dissected it that closely to know that.
Is it one trip per activity, or are they doing 2 trips per activity?
Right.
Given the fact that
these students participated in more than one trip, but I can't say that it's within the same group. Do you know what I mean? They may have done
It's obvious that it was more
choir
than
trip and then a baseball trip or something like that. So,
but are they now taking 2 baseball trips?
correct. And and what we're looking at is not necessarily, we looked at, this was the 23-24 school year where they were coming on. And so these kids that might be participating, we may have more than that this year. as we're looking at it. So it certainly is concerning that we're seeing some students that have had to have their own expense because they're participating in a lot of different things, and we're seeing several trips that are increasing. We looked at it. Yeah, it's just concerning enough that we wanted to have that discussion, that it is our, my recommendation, my thoughts that we look at increasing that, and we talked to the number of a $10,000 aggregate. So
I was thinking 20,000
Or-
maybe. I mean, something that they're just not ever going to,
sure.
hopefully. Is there a downside to choosing a number that they're very unlikely to reach?
I don't. It depends.
Or is it in-
depends on your thoughts on what we're willing to cover if they do exceed that, and so if we want to ensure that we're never covering additional costs for anyone that's
$100,000.
participate, you could go. And there isn't really a limit. I mean, it is up to the Board of Education to determine. It's what is required is just that they do have a total aggregate number.
Do coaches use this aggregate as something like, oh, we can charge up to this, or is it just something that the board decides we will cover past this?
That is correct. It's what the
just
board
okay.
decides. Coaches, again, within their program, they're
not like,
never
oh,
gonna
let's
have
try to
a
do the
student that
max.
gets to that.
Yeah.
But it's when these students start participating in multiple. My program, the highest it'll ever get is 4,000. Well, that's the same as my program, and they're doing it in both, and so now all of a sudden it becomes problematic. So
So I think we should do it really. Sorry.
So regarding the fundraising, I think you mentioned a student could opt to participate in fundraising and would prevent them from hitting this number. So that would be an individual versus a team.
yeah, fundraising, and that's the trick here. Fundraising is optional. We did find one student that did not participate in fundraising at all. And so none of their expense came down because of the money that they raised while doing fundraisers. So they were right near that amount.
And that
So-
would be part of my concern. They
Right.
opt out.
So that's just out of pocket family expense, and now it's above that amount, and
Okay.
then we're in trouble.
What constraints are in place for, let's just use an example of something like drill, where there's a lot of, it's not just, I need equipment for this. I mean, the mind reels at the possibilities of what you could spend in something like that. What limits an organization when it comes to what they charge for a fee?
Yeah,
Are there parameters?
It's really the conversation with the local administration, right? It's kind of reviewing what is, so it is those conversations when they're creating their spend plans, and what that looks like, and what is choreography going to cost us this year. Things are just more expensive. So their parameters are just, in my mind, the conversations that they have with the local administrator. Looking at programs, concerns, parents kind of barometer that, right? When they're being asked to spend a lot of money or put in a lot of money, or how many fundraisers they're doing. I think there's a general sense of where they're limiting, but I wouldn't say we have anything in place that says you're limited to only charging this amount.
Other than the law that says you can't exceed your actual costs.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So
Talking about costumes, for example. And
how elaborate do we want to
an
be?
elaborate costume
Yeah.
for every song of every number that I do the entire year. There's nothing that says, okay, let's be reasonable. Other than
There's
parents
a trophy.
complaining a lot.
Yeah. So they're really,
Is that
like I said, it's a conversation about the spend plan and what seems to be excessive, and
And it's
you know,
a conversation
it's a
between the
challenge.
coach, the principal, and the AOS. Are you involved in some of these conversations?
I am not actually.
But at least the principal is.
The principal is, yeah. I'm in conversation with the principal about the balances and, where these accounts are and how many fundraisers they're running. And like I said, usually they try to run a lot of fundraisers. If their levels of trying to come up with this stuff are high, you see those groups and organizations doing a lot more fundraisers than you will others. And so they recognize that this may cost us a lot more, so we're going to sell a lot more cookie dough or whatever that is to try to get where we're going.
So,
I've got a question, and it might kind of go along with this, but back on slide 3, it talked about charged fees must be equal to or less than the expense incurred by the LEA. Give an example of what that means.
Plane ticket, the travel, the hotel.
Right. But what is the school absorbing some of that cost?
I think like having a custodian or, somebody at the school building
So the key is, like, for example, when we can't charge a child, or families a lot of money for bus expenses. And let's say our total bill for transportation that we get for busing for this year's season is, $10,000. We can't charge the kids $20,000 for a $10,000 bill. So that's what we do when we put this together, is we always look at the previous year's expenses and make those adjustments accordingly. And so golf is another great example where tee times, and the golf fees that we pay out there, we can't make money on students. It has to basically cover what we're paying out. So those expenses that we're paying out, if we're going to charge that much for a participation fee, that's because that's how much it's costing us to pay the golf course to cover all the green fees and use of their space that we pay. So, or the buses, again, we can't say we're going to charge a participation fee to cover $20,000 worth of transportation bus costs, and our bill will only be $10,000. We're currently, we still, and again, you'll see, we still charge less than what our total costs are for that very reason, is because we can't charge more, but if we do charge more, then technically you refund that money back to the groups that paid that in. And so all of our fees and amounts that we are charging, we're still kind of taking, because it's hard to guess where that's going to be and what the increased costs are going to be for a variety of areas. So we typically recommend a lower amount, knowing not to match up against that concern exactly. So we anticipate our transportation bills to be at least $10,000, but the reality is that they cost us $12,000 this year, and so we have to figure out where we're going to get the $2,000 to cover what was more.
Also, that relates to classroom fees, right? And that's where they spend this year's money on this year's kids comes from, is that, we can't charge more for the classroom supplies in an attempt to kind of create a surplus and carry over to the next year. The money you collect is spent on this year's kids, and you can't charge more than it requires.
You can always charge less, but we just can't charge more. We just can't charge more than what our costs actually are.
So,
Does that make
for
sense?
example, like with golf or whatever, and it was $50 per student to go use the green so many times
Right.
a month, we would maybe charge them that $50, or maybe we would charge them $30.
Correct.
It kind of depends on.
Correct, because again, the timing of this, green fees sometimes maybe are increased. So a lot of that is depending on what items cost. And, so we're using our guess that this is going to cost us this much. So yeah, green fees might have gone up. And so instead of, we were anticipating or going in charging $50 because that's what the current green fees are, but all of a sudden the golf course increased that over the summer. And so next year's are now $60, but we don't have that money to collect. So we can always charge less. So then we fundraised for that money, that's balance difference to try to cover that cost. But we can't just charge $100 in anticipation of a $50 greens fee increasing to $60 or to $100, if that helps. Yeah.
So if they go over their budget, they don't have enough fees charged. Are coaches allowed to seek sponsorship from a local business to cover that difference, or is the district obligated to pay it?
No, the district, ultimately we're obligated to pay our bills, right? And so, yes, we're obligated, but what will happen is you'll see that, man, we are not charging near what we need to charge. And so we're gonna add some fundraisers in the process to try to help cover what it is. And then, they'll make their proposal and present for the following year. We came up way short. We're always trying to make it a little short from what we're guessing, just for that so that we're not charging more. But it's amazing what things cost and ultimately where these things go. So yeah, the best way they have is to do exactly that. How are we going to generate some revenue to get to where we can cover the cost of our program? And fundraisers tend to be the answer for that in the extracurricular world.
Could they couldn't come back though because it wasn't listed and say, oh, we came up short, so now everyone needs to chip in $10 more. They can't do that.
They can't.
Right?
Correct.
They have to they can only charge what was approved to charge. That is correct.
But one of the parents could pull out their checkbook and say, I'll fund the difference.
Sure, they could.
And how do we know the different, like, how do we know when it happens? Like, what if somebody were to ask for more money for something? Is there, what's the
Check and balance.
Yeah, the safeguard against a parent not saying no because they can't say no.
To me, the safeguards are sometimes we end up cutting some things that we may have thought we were going to get in this process because we just didn't receive enough money to get all the bows that we thought. Instead of 4 bows, we're cutting down to 2 bows, or so it's just kind of you're adjusting on the fly a little bit with that to see where your revenue is coming in and what's being generated. And your fundraisers are never as successful as you hope them to be. And so you're going to do more fundraisers in that process. So it's just, and that's, again, why it's a constant check and balance through the year to see. And when I'm asking principals and Cody's asking principals, why is this account going so far in the hole? And what's our plan to kind of get it out of the hole? And they create their plans to kind of work on that. It is tricky.
I have a question
Yeah.
about middle school fees. So it looks like there won't be any more like Lagoon Day for 9th graders.
No, Lagoon Day is happening. It's being taken off of the fee schedule.
It's
because
being
it's
taken
not,
off of the fee
correct, because it's an optional activity that is not fee waivable. So
Okay.
we're just taking that off.
Okay.
Still doing it.
Yes.
So can I make a motion here? I move that we change the maximum total aggregate fee to $10,000.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Denford, a second by Dr. Robinson to move the aggregate total to $10,000. Any discussion to that motion?
So, Ms. George, my concern would be if we already have someone knocking on the door about 9, that 10 may not be high enough.
Yeah, I'd like it to be around 20 or 25 at least. I don't see what the harm would be in saying we are not going to, anyway, even higher.
I think the harm could be that the state would look at us that we're disregarding this requirement. As I just quickly looked at other districts, that we're actually higher than some of the other districts. They're 6,000 and such, and I just don't want to disregard it. I'm fine with moving at 10 this year, 12 or 13 next if we have to, but to throw it out to 25 or 50,000, I think the state would look at that and say they're ignoring this requirement. And so I like 10 where that's a pretty good jump. Since it was set, our argument can be really good because inflation's hit pretty hard since then. Also, the reduction of other fees that could have been our safety net is no longer there. And so adjusting it this year, maybe adjusting it if we need to next year, rather than one huge jump where not a lot of people have hit it yet.
Well, did you see any districts that were more than
I only looked at Alpine and Canyons and Granite, so I didn't do a thorough look everywhere, and they may all be having this exact same discussion saying, hey, we have people hit it. The other point I was going to say is we've increased the number of trips people could take. And so there's 3 good factors that could potentially do that, and we don't want to, charge our taxpayers more because people are exceeding. But I also don't want to disregard the state who has put that maximum. If we have to put a maximum, it should be a realistic maximum.
Did the state put a maximum for the total aggregate fee amount?
They did not.
They did not.
They didn't put a total amount, just that it
We
had
have
to be
to have one.
That it had
to
to
be created.
So, but it didn't give a number.
It did not.
So we could do a really high number because I don't want the district to absorb any cost for students' activities.
It is up to you to determine that amount.
Something that makes me nervous about going much higher, I'll be honest, it will be a hard sell to get me past 10, is I am concerned that we are telling our advisors it's open season on fees and that you can buy yourself a state title. I am very uncomfortable with that idea. I feel like we as a large district can contribute to that ethic, and I understand that these aren't necessarily directly related, but what is the messaging if we're like, oh, anything, sky's the limit, we'll say $100,000. I just think we need to show a little bit of restraint as we hope our advisors and coaches will follow.
Because I feel like this $7,000, the maximum total aggregate fee amount, has nothing to do with how many trips a coach will go on or a extracurricular club will charge. And I think that regardless of what that is, coaches and advisors will, if they want to, continue to add and add. And I think that there's a danger, especially with more than one trip, that the potential for the district to eat the cost is increasing. So like this year, 15 students, next year, 50 students, the next year, 300 students. I mean, I just feel like I want to be well away from the spot because I don't think that this is giving permission to advisors and coaches. Hey, this is how much. I think that there is a balance of what the families are willing to pay for their students to participate. And I think that coaches and advisors have to be aware of, well, even though, we don't want to go above $5,000 or we don't want to go above $250 for this, club or team. But
I would just put forth that if that started to happen, as a board member, I would pull back the policy. I am not comfortable with open rein on spending money.
If I could interject, I feel like the parents are a good barometer, right? If coaches start charging exorbitant fees, the parents are going to retaliate and say, no, this is ridiculous. So I did not see it that way, that this is a so-called, way of telling coaches that they can charge more. But I am for an increase because I would hope that would encourage our students and our parents to participate in the fundraising events. Yes, I know fundraising can be not enjoyable at all, but I think it's worth it to teach the kids to work for what they need. And so I think an increase now is fine, but I don't think a major increase would encourage coaches to keep adding more and more fees because parents would be there to say, no, I don't agree.
I said 10,000 because in the spirit of fee waivers, there is an assumed responsibility that says, I can't pay this, and my child desperately wants to participate. And so by making it so high, we're basically eliminating that. In the spirit of fee waivers, this district has taken the decision to say, look, if this is too much, we'll accept that responsibility. And by simply saying we're not going to have fee waivers, or we're going to make this so high that we'll never pay anything, I think that's over too far on this side. I think if it's too low, it hurts us on this side. But I'd like to find that nice little balance that says, look, for someone who is legitimately involved in different activities, has put their whole heart and soul in these different activities, but has to choose because I can't afford it, I want them to get to an aggregate that says, you know what, the school will cover this one. That's the spirit of fee waivers. The reason we offer fee waivers is because we get to a point where it says we'll accept the responsibility for those who can't pay this. So that's why my recommendation is 10.
It seems to me like somebody on a fee waiver would not reach that point because they wouldn't have paid.
No, it's the spirit of fee waivers. It's the idea that sometimes...
So we do want to pay for a student who does go above the aggregate. We want to pay for them.
I do.
Okay, because I do not.
We've only ever done it once, right? So we're having a pretty big argument for something we've only done once. If we have 10 go over 10,000 this year, let's look at it next year. I mean, whatever they go over is not going to be a substantial cost to a district our size. And so I think that we're arguing over something that we don't know that's even going to take place.
Well, I think of like Bingham Cheer and was it Harriman cross country going to national competitions. And I am so happy for them to do that. But as a school board member, I don't want the taxpayers to pay for them to participate in all of those extra trips. I feel like, and anyway, I just think it would be okay to raise it to like 25,000 because I just, like I want people who are on a fee waiver to be able to participate. At the same time, I think it's okay for families and students to learn to make a decision about which trips and activities they're going to go on, which ones they can afford, decisions about fundraising. I feel pretty strongly, if you can't tell, about the district covering the cost of these trips that exceed $10,000, you know, like, or $7,000, or not just trips, but uniforms and meets. And, you know, I just think when we have, anyway, I think I've said my piece, but I think that, well, I'll just stop there. I've said my piece.
Can we call for a vote, and then can we just ask administration to bring us back? It's the minorettes, not cheer, being minorettes, and the Harriman cross country. Can we bring back their totals and see if there's any students in those groups that are participating? They'd have to be participating in other things too. And could we just bring back if anyone in those groups?
Can I chime in real quick?
Yep.
The message I would want to send with this proposed maximum is pretty much what Lisa is saying. As a taxpayer, I'm okay paying for someone to learn math, English, reading. I'm not okay paying for someone's green fees. I mean, there's a difference for me in paying for someone's green fees, and maybe there's not a difference for other people, but for me there's a difference in paying someone's green fees and paying for someone to learn algebra. You know, I'm okay with that as a taxpayer. And so when we say things like the school will absorb it, you know, you have to peel that back a little bit, because it's the taxpayer who's absorbing it. in the end. It's not the school or the district. It's me and it's you that are paying for someone's athletic or extracurricular dreams to come true. And I think that is the responsibility of the parent, of the family. And in the case where there's a situation where they can't afford it, I would rather look at opportunities for local businesses to sponsor, or fundraising opportunities for that student. Just as a general principle, if you're doing extracurricular things, you should be responsible to pay. So yeah, that I would rather send the message by setting it super high.
Would it be helpful if we were to get numbers? Because I'm looking at one of the high schools and I'm seeing sometimes a 25% increase from last year, sometimes 3 times, sometimes 50% increase. It would help give me some perspective if I could get a sense of what is the overall increase of all the proposed fees this year compared to last year. And then say, well, if our fees on average are 30% higher, then I think we ought to consider going at least 30% higher on our aggregate. Would that be helpful for any of you?
You're also looking at an old aggregate that's more than just the change from one year to the next.
That's right.
So if there's a
Yes, at least.
So if we looked at the percentage of fees from 2020 to
Even better.
now, then that might be a better metric for that.
And I think, as far as the role of the board in this, could I, for example, say, I'm looking at this 3D design, and this seems egregious to me. Can I line item say, I've got an issue with that?
I think you can ask questions at any time.
So as far as advisors getting carried away, I think we already have a checks and balance, not only from parents, but from the board, if we see that there's some abuse in these fees getting extravagant or more extravagant.
We've not only done that, I voted against some of the fees because of that. I voted against the fee schedules because of some of them.
Where I'm coming from on this is my hope is that our advisors and our coaches are being thoughtful with the money they're asking parents who sometimes at great sacrifice are investing in their children's extracurricular activities. My hope would be if we have leftover equipment that is still in decent condition, we are using it rather than charging families because we can. That's really where I'm coming from here, and I hope we are being careful and thoughtful with the dollars of these families.
I think
With the spending plan. That's the spirit of the spending plan.
Yeah, I think there, at the board's request, coaches and athletic directors and principals and Mr. Sorensen and his staff have been very thoughtful about that. And for classes at this middle school level, they have been very thoughtful. There can also be demands in the other direction. Look at what these other teams have. We want to have what the other teams have. We can't be competitive if we don't go on these trips. And as you've seen from comments made by parents in board meeting, sometimes the demand isn't coming from coaches despite parent resistance. It's the other way around. It's that parents expect the top shelf experience that they see other teams having. So the push and pull can go both directions.
It's tricky.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
President, can I call the question?
Okay, we have a call to question. Do I have to do roll call on that one? Okay. All in favor of call to question, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
How do you do a substitute motion? Is that already past the time for that to occur?
Well,
Oh,
we
you can do that.
just passed call to question. So maybe a motion after we see if this carries? Because the call to question passed.
Yep.
I didn't hear any nays at least. Did I miss a nay? All right. So we have a majority for call to question. All in favor of increasing the proposed aggregate total to $10,000 per year, say aye.
Aye.
And all opposed.
Nay.
Okay, so that motion fails. Do I have another motion? Yes. Oh, sorry. That motion fails with the nays being Ms. Dean, Ms. Wood, Ms. Barrow, sorry, and Mr. Barnett. All right.
So
Do I
that
have
means
another
one of the four of you needs to present another motion, or the aggregate stays at 7,000.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we increase the proposed maximum total aggregate fee amount for 25-26 to $25,000.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Ms. Dean, that we increase the aggregate fee total to $25,000 per year. Any discussion?
So no one's interested in understanding the percentage of fees increase
I
since
am.
2020 before we determine what is the appropriate aggregate?
I am interested in having more information. That's why I voted nay, because I would like to have more information.
That's also the reason I voted nay.
Vote nay again.
My vote nay was based on the comments that I made, that the message that I want to send is we set this so high because the district isn't going to pay for a student who wants to participate in 2 or 3 or 4 expensive things. That's the responsibility of the family.
And your proposal is to increase it more than 300%.
I want to hear that information, but I'm pretty stuck at 10,000. So I will vote no, because if the proposal comes to go to 25,000, I'm not willing to go there. I don't want to be a target of the state to be an outlier over everyone else, to charge, 5 times what any other district around here, 4 times. And so I would vote no if the proposal is to go up. If the proposal is to get more information, and we can make that proposal, I would support you on that. Is not make a decision today, because we don't need to, and make a decision when we get more information. I can support that.
That could be a substitute.
If I may, I think what I'm hearing is, from one perspective, I'd like to set the threshold so that taxpayers never pay for someone's fees. On the other side, it's I want to, but I don't know at what point I want to. I think those are the two questions.
We all agree pretty well.
There's a third one. I want to, and I know the threshold.
Right. I want to and I know the threshold. I want to and I don't know the threshold. I don't ever want to get in the situation where we're paying for those fees.
And I can respect what is viewed as the intent of the state in even setting an aggregate. And I would like to respect that. And I feel the same about protecting taxpayer dollars and setting an aggregate. And the only way I can feel 100% comfortable with that is getting more information.
What would you do if with the information as it came back? Let's just say that it comes back $12,000. Is that where you'd want to set it?
I would feel comfortable with that. It doesn't feel, it feels reasonable to me. Mm-hmm. And then if we want to revisit it next year or the year after, I'd feel comfortable with that as well.
By setting it so high, you're also kind of tying future boards to our decision. And so a future board can't look at that and say,
I think couldn't they?
They could, but are they going to lower it?
They could if they wanted to.
Could, but it's harder to lower
We could next year if we
something.
wanted to. I mean, but
I'm just making
Maybe
my
a
point.
harder direction to move.
My point is, it's easier to take steps than to set it so high we'll never have to revisit it again.
Know why the state mandated this in the first place? What was their rationale? That's
John
something I'd
Larson,
be
do you know
interested in.
why?
It's the same reason insurance companies say
John
after
thinks
this
he knows
much,
why.
we'll pay everything. It's the same spirit of that. It's to make sure one person doesn't pay more than is reasonable to pay.
Should you add to that?
I'm just not sure it's reasonable pay a certain amount and then ask other people to pay the rest.
Right. That was the argument that was made when they made this this requirement. But my understanding was the requirement was put into place to try and encourage less spending, not more fees.
So to encourage the district and its coaches and advisors to be careful on what they were charging.
That's my understanding. So they wanted local boards to have that conversation.
I think, but for the legislature to think that that is going to be a motivating factor misunderstands how it operates within a particular activity. Because within an activity, you're not going to say, I wonder what other activities these kids are in, and maybe it's my responsibility within my activity to reduce things so that kids can be in other things. They're just not aware, and the combination of activities kids would be involved in would be very difficult for a coach to get their arms around.
If the state hadn't mandated this, do you think we would have an upper limit like this?
We've never created an upper limit like this
Yeah.
before it was required.
So if the state hadn't required it, we would be at a point where families would pay for all the extracurricular activities, regardless of the amount.
They would pay all of their expenses. That's
Yeah.
correct.
And so,
Students who are on fee waivers.
okay. So with that in mind, it seems like if the state hadn't mandated this, as a district, we wouldn't have it at all, which is essentially the same thing as saying, let's set it at 100,000. It's the exact same thing.
Although I would say if we go too far, would we run the risk of a legislator then checking us next session? And I don't want to be that either.
I'm wondering if there's a possibility where if a student has reached the threshold, wherever we set it, that we could then look at that student or whatever and see if they did participate in any fundraising. Have they kind of done their portion? And if they have not, could we then say, well, you haven't put in work to raise any of these funds on your own, so you need to go back and do that. I don't know.
I think we have a policy we can't require the fundraising, right?
Oh.
Is that a district policy or is that a state
It
policy?
is a district policy. The state actually allows districts to do one required fundraiser for groups. So that is an option. But our district policy does not, makes fundraising optional. So, but the state actually does allow groups and organizations to do one required fundraiser. But our district policy is stronger than that one.
So
I just know there's a legislator not very far away who said, no fees, we're going to have everyone pay for them. And in the spirit of that, that's my worry, is that we are now elevating to public attention that we're not willing to pay for anything. And I can see what's the spirit of what the legislation did this last year. They're going to come back and mandate an aggregate. If we are too far out of reach, they're going to come back and mandate an aggregate.
I have a question. So Suzanne, when you're talking about looking into it, are you talking about like averaging the, like look at how much every fee has increased and then taking an average of that? Okay.
Yes, and I would probably, there are some fees that are $5 that have gone to 15, so that would probably exaggerate. So maybe we would set.
But there are some that were at $250 that have gone to $400.
Correct.
So
I think maybe we would set a dollar threshold. Let's look at any fee over this amount and the increase, just to get a more realistic view, because if we come back and include $5 to $15, that's going to skew the data, I think.
Okay. And what if it comes back at like 300%? Would that be would people feel okay about raising it to 21,000? Or if it came back at 400%, would we feel okay about raising it to 28,000?
It would make more sense for us before we debate something that isn't the motion on the table. Shall we have a vote and then continue that discussion if the vote fails? Is
Yes.
anyone uncomfortable with that? Great. Okay, so we have a proposal on the table to increase the fee to 25,000. Is that right? I should
Or
have
the
written
fee
it down.
aggregate?
The aggregate.
Total
The
aggregate.
total aggregate
That
fee
made and
amount.
Seconded?
Yes, it was motioned by Mr. Barnett, seconded by Ms. Dean. Okay, so maybe it will be easier to do a roll call on this one. So, Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Okay.
In
Ms.
favor.
Wood? You can say
Nay.
yes. Nay? Did you
Nay.
say nay? Nay, nay.
I'm a nay.
Nay.
Nay?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion fails, with the nays being Ms. Wood, Mr. Robinson, Ms. Barrow, Mr. Denford, and Ms. George, and me.
So I'd like to make a motion that we request that administration assess the increase in fees from 2020 to current, eliminating anything under, well, TBD in the discussion. I don't want to set something and have this voted down.
Do we need a motion to make an assignment to staff?
Oh,
Like,
Because I would like those small ones included. Personally, I just would like across the board. And then if possible, if we want one that is without them, I think that could be helpful too, because
I think they'll balance out with a total dollar amount.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a $10
Talking
increase, but it was
percentage.
really 300%. This was a $50 increase, but that was really only 10%. I think they'll balance out if you say, here's how much the fees increased, and that's a percent, and this is the percentage of the total fees last time.
Mr. Larson, do you have any guidance for us in getting a helpful percentage?
You could even just say, we direct Mr. Larson to bring back whatever meaningful comparison he can come up with between
And a
2020 and
recommendation
now.
for what the aggregate amount
And
should
then
be.
he'll come up with
I
the-
like that. Thank
what
you.
makes sense.
Thank you.
However, I don't have the data. Mr. Sorensen and Mr. Curtis do.
But you are a numbers person, so I'm looking for some direction.
He's a
on-
really good numbers person.
Mr.
Well,
Larson to
You-
direct.
How about if you give it to me?
That is important.
How about
because
if you direct me
And
and I'll
you
sort
can-
it out?
Yes.
We'll
but I
play
would like to
Family
point out
Feud
that
and
the
I'll
people
get it
with the
done.
numbers recommended 10,000.
Yes, they did.
Can we get a couple examples of a student? I mean, I'm just going through Mountain Ridges, and we only have 5 things that even go over 1,000, and they're barely over. Like, you would have to almost be participating in every activity to meet a 10,000 aggregate.
so when you look at the fee to participate is different than, so let's say you're on the baseball team and you pay what, I don't know, 500,
Sure.
450 to participate, but then you have a tournament in St. George that you pay $800 to participate in, and then you have another tournament in San Diego that you pay, $1,200 to participate in. So even though it's right here, like what we're seeing on the fee schedule, that is not all that they can pay for to participate in that sport.
Well, and I would also state, I'm looking at one, required has gone down significantly from $230 to $80, but optional has gone from $430 to $650. So if we only look at required, we're not really looking at the whole piece of the pie.
Let me, if I may, I think a comparison will give limited information about this. We can compare and increase, to give a proportionate increase, but really I think it's more about philosophy. At what extreme, how many activities do we want you to participate in before we start paying as a district for the additional activities that you're participating in? Because I think the question about overnight travel, we could compare travel costs, but it depends on whether the coach that you're with likes California or Florida as a destination. I mean, there's so many different factors. But we can still do that. We can still do a comparison. We could also do kind of a case study of what are kids participating in that are getting close to that threshold. And we want to provide whatever information is meaningful for you.
Could Mr. Sorensen speak to what Ms. Dean was saying about how they have fees for tournaments? Is that something extra that does get added on? Or
Yeah, so as she described, if a baseball team does go, so they have their participation fee. And then they may have another component. Maybe it's easiest just to say how we looked at these few students that were approaching this total number. We simply look at how much money they put into our system. Do you know what I mean? So how much money was a student contributing into the Bingham High account? And John, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but accounting provided, these 10 students whose contribution went into this particular school and totaled that, and then looked at how much fundraised money that they participated in to reduce that amount. So it's because it crosses so many different groups or organizations or classes, because it's everything. These kids are involved in AP. These kids might participate in a camper clinic in the summer that's separate from all of this, right? They're working. So the easiest way to look at is really from Miss Dean's family, how much money went into their child, into whatever school it was. And that's where we realized we have students that are quickly approaching a submission of funding into the school account that is getting close to this total amount. Is that right, John? I mean, ultimately,
Yes.
that's how we saw that, and how we looked at is, and then as we dissected them, we realized, oh yeah, this is a choir student. They also participate in the marching band, and then they do some baseball camps and clinics during the summer, and so that's why all this money has been fed into whatever school it is that they're participating in under that child's name, and that's where they have approached that total amount.
So would it be more accurate to look at the top 10 spending students in 2020 and compare them to the top 10 spending students this year?
Could we do that is the question. I don't know.
Could we do it without identifying what school? Could you just give us some case studies?
Oh,
You don't
for
have to
sure.
give those 10. Like,
We
just
could
give us-
take.
Give
we
us some
can look-
case studies of.
Yeah,
what-
we could take the information that we looked at and just leave it so these are 10 students that have approached this amount.
I'd rather not identify a school if that's
Yeah,
okay.
I don't need a
If we
school.
cannot
What
identify
would it
school
take
or
to get
student,
the maximum?
Yep.
but just, yeah.
Do we want to prescribe specifically what we want, or are board members comfortable leaving this message with staff to bring back a comparison of fee increases over the last 5 years and let them work out what makes sense?
And so it seems like what Mr. Sorensen was talking about is it's not even necessarily just about fee increases. It's about the amount of money that a student is putting into a school in a year, like into the school budget per year. And it's hard for me to wrap my head around how could we, do you have an idea of how we could average that or figure that out, like the difference between 2020 and now, or?
My idea was expressed here, I think, by President George, that if we could have some latitude to look at the data in different areas, because if we just look at fee amounts, it won't talk to participation. But if we also look at total revenues, it will ignore COVID's impact. So I would like to have some flexibility to just look at data and come back with whatever we find. I don't know right now what that might be, but I want to kind of brainstorm through it and see what we might be able to find that would be helpful. I think the discussion has been helpful, but I want some flexibility as we start looking at things, thinking, well, but that was COVID, so looking at revenue doesn't matter. But looking at the fees, these other things happened or changed.
We're always a year behind, just so you know. When we make these proposals, we're doing it based off of the previous year. So what's happening currently is what will be presented for next year's increase. So
And I also ask, is the time between this and our next meeting enough time to gather that information? We understand that you have other responsibilities
no,
besides this.
I would think that we could, John. Yeah, I think we could look at that. My question with that is, if we're going to wait to determine what a total aggregate is before we send it out to the public, then maybe we're not ready to send it out to the public. And so we may want to look at adjusting this timeline and pushing into May, because we don't know what that proposal is, and so we don't want to tell the public that this is the proposal. Does that make sense? So that's my concern, is we're just giving them a number that's not accurate. So my suggestion would be that if that's what we're going to wait on to determine that, and any other questions that you may have regarding fees, maybe next time we meet is when we determine now we're ready to send it out, and then we set up 2 public meetings. But I also believe, well, yeah, it's hard. I don't know that we want the same day to be our first public meeting for fees without giving them notice about it.
One thing that would be helpful for me would be to understand exactly what the state or what the legislature's intent was with this idea. Because it sounds like from what John shared that it was put in place. How did you describe it, John? It was put in place.
I believe it was put in place so that boards were encouraged to try to limit costs.
Okay, so it was a cost limiting thing. It wasn't put in place, maybe. I mean, it would be nice if we could understand that. It wasn't put in place as a protection for the families and their expenses, like an insurance policy. That wasn't the intent, was to protect families from having to pay too much. It was put in place for what John, but yet for me it would be beneficial to understand that.
I think one way to view it, though, is that if the board has the pain of having to pay for students because of where the aggregate is, then maybe we will force coaches and advisors to keep their fees low, which then would have the desired effect of keeping costs low for families.
And therefore, we're doing the opposite when we move that aggregate way too high.
Right.
That is exactly what I was saying.
So
But
Brad,
I'm
can I
not
ask-
sure, are we doing what was intended by looking so closely at all these fees that we are intentionally keeping them low so we don't hit 9,000?
That's how I look at the fees when they come out.
I mean, do you want to look at the fees of this one student, keeping them anonymous and seeing what were all the fees, and can we decrease the fees that they paid?
I
Are
don't
they
need to.
egregious?
No.
I mean,
So let me see if I can summarize a proposal, and then
Can I add one more thing to it? I think it would be interesting to know how much the district is going to pay this year, because the aggregate fee amount is $7,000. Like, how is that possible to know how much the district is going to pay for the activities that go past the 7,000 this year?
Because we're not at the end of the year,
Okay.
it's probably not, but
Okay.
we can have an idea of those, like I said, the students that are approaching that. You know, we have to remember again, when they do fundraising, it kind of maybe takes them above, but then they fundraise, and
Okay.
so it brought them back below, so they actually never paid out of pocket above that $7,000. So,
Okay.
you know, but their charges would have got them to 9, but they raised for 4,000, and so now we're down to
Okay.
5,000 of what
Okay.
came out of their pocket.
Okay, thank you.
But Brad, can I ask you?
I hope.
I asked you to be honest.
Yes.
You know these numbers better than anyone. You have studied these numbers. You've done a great job to keep them low, and you were the one that came with a $10,000 recommendation. Was there information you didn't have when you gave that $10,000 recommendation that will now change if you gather that information, or do you honestly think you looked at all the information and your $10,000 recommendation was the best recommendation for you to bring to this board? I worry that we're asking you to do something that you've already done, and that your recommendation was 10,000, and that you're going to come back with the same recommendation because you've looked at the same numbers that we're now asking you to go look at.
Yeah, we did look at, just as you described, several students that approached that. They had moved up into that $9,000 range, but because they had done several fundraisers, their actual out of pocket brought them back below $7,000. There was one student that chose not to participate in any fundraisers that was just over $7,000. And again, we were looking at the previous year's expenses because we still have 3 more months to go during this school year. So that total aggregate for a student this year may continue to go. And so the $10,000 recommendation came based on students are getting up to that amount, but we do see most students still participate in fundraisers. And because of that, they're staying below that, but it bought us a little bit of a cushion that ultimately we felt comfortable with. And that was conversation with John and Dan and I as we looked at those numbers, feeling like 10,000 is an amount that doesn't mean that we won't have to adjust it in a year. And we just continue to look at that, but that's right on the amount that we are approaching.
To add to that, we looked at total amounts in by student so that we would know, well, what if one of these students had chosen to not fundraise? So, and they all were right there. And so that's why we were comfortable with 10.
And that's my point. The people who know the numbers gave us a recommendation, and now we're asking them to go back and make another recommendation. And I just think they've made their recommendation based on a thorough search of the data. So,
And nobody would have exceeded 10,000.
I would oppose taking any more time on this because I believe the people we pay to recommend the best course of action have made that recommendation.
What was the purpose of the recommendation? Was the purpose to put it to a point where very few, if any, students would reach that maximum? Was
Yes.
that the...
Yes.
That's what you were trying to do. You weren't trying to do what the legislature wanted, which was to try to prevent coaches from pushing up against that limit. But it was more of, we don't want students to pass that because we don't want to pay for that.
That is the point. Yeah, the recommendation was to that very point. How comfortable are we with covering costs associated with these students? But ultimately, that if we were to go to 10,000, we felt comfortable that next school year we probably wouldn't have any students that would exceed that amount that would come out of the cost of the district.
Mike, do you have any context to why this happened? And it's always tricky figuring out why the legislature did something, because there are so many compromises that are involved in getting legislation across the finish line that it can be kind of a collection of intents.
There are certain bills that I think their numbers should be retired for infamy. I remember HB 250 back in, this was 2019, sorry. That was the first fee bill to come out that really put in motion a lot of these. It was done in conjunction with the State Board of Education at the time, and the fee bill itself just required that they schedule or set fee limits, schedules, and so forth, and really directed USBE to create board rule surrounding it. And so when they came out with the word aggregate does not appear in the bill. I just checked. It was actually USBE that created the rules governing the total amount that could be spent and what could and could not be charged for fees at the time. That was the first thing of several fee bills that came out. In the latest iteration, of course, is HB 344, but that was when it first came out. And it was the state board auditor that came back and said, hey, school districts are either, I believe at the time they said that we were charging, they weren't happy with our aggregate because they thought it was too high. that accurate? Yeah. And so that's what they came back and said. They didn't
But that
want
was
to-
USBE. That was not
that
the
was not the
legislature.
correct. That's the important context, that it wasn't the legislature that set the aggregate amount. It was the state board, and they're the ones that kind of gave intent language on what they thought we should or should not be setting for a maximum.
So could we then ignore board rule and not have an aggregate?
No, board rule has the binding of law for
Oh,
all
it's
intents and
binding.
purposes. Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not ignoring it doesn't set a cap. So the fact that you have certain people interpreting it, they can amend the rule, they can amend the legislation, but you have your autonomy. You're not violating any law or administrative rule at this point.
So in a worst case scenario, what we've identified is a student who was about $9,000 who did fundraising that was diminished that amount, and that was a year ago.
That was looking at last year's complete year of data. That is correct. Which is why it's hard, because we're not looking at this year's full data, because we still have 3 months left before this year is concluded.
And inflation at its worst still doesn't get us up to the red, I think, on that student.
No.
So I may be persuaded to vote differently.
You and Aaron are the only ones that can make a motion on this.
Because
All of the rest of us made a motion.
because when you second, you can't.
No, all of the rest of us voted on a motion that failed. You were the only two that voted on a motion that passed both times.
So could one of them
You two could make an emotion on this.
and it could be the 10,000 one that was the original one.
Could
It
go back to the 10,000, or you could make an emotion, but you two are the only ones that can make an emotion because the two motions failed.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we set the aggregate for this coming school year to 10,000.
And I will second.
Right. We have a second by Ms. Wood. A motion by Ms. Wood, a second by Ms. Barrow to set the fee aggregate at $10,000 per year. Is there discussion? All right, I'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that motion carries 6-1, with the nay being from Mr. Barnett. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. We will resume at 7:15.
Can I ask a question? Is more information going to come back to us though, or not?
Not about that.
Just about like collectively.
Yeah, we could put something on
Wouldn't
a
mind
study
getting it,
session
and it
ahead
doesn't
of
need to be
public
now, or
input.
just contact me individually. But I would love to know the information you were asking for. I would love to know that.
valuable.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's take a break. There is food in the fire room. The fire Welcome back to the Jordan Board of Education study session. It is still March 11th, 2025. All board members are present, as well as our superintendent, associate superintendent, business administrator, and board attorney. We will pick up our agenda with a review of administrative policy DP 304, teacher transfers with Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you very much. We've worked with JEA on this question. In this policy, under Roman numeral 2, letter B, number 1, there is a deadline for an involuntary transfer, and that is April 1st. The proposal is that we change that to May 15th. The reason for that is it gives us some added flexibility as circumstances may arise that would require an involuntary transfer as a solution. As a reminder for those listening and members of the board, an involuntary transfer, in my opinion, sounds worse than it is. It makes it sound like it's being done against someone's will, when in fact an involuntary transfer just means that there's an automatic placement at another school for a reason other than the quality of work that an employee is doing. So there can be a number of situations that would require an involuntary transfer, meaning we need to transfer a teacher to another location, not as a means of discipline, not as a means of corrective action, but simply to resolve an issue. And it's rarely used, but by moving that date to May 15th, that would give us some additional flexibility that would help us solve some unique problems.
JEA's response was?
Supportive.
Okay.
We've talked about it for a couple of years, and this is the right timing, I think, for us to be able to make a change.
Which date was it? Under B?
B1.
On
Roman numeral
1st.
2B1.
1.
And this
It's
is
the
So
April 1st.
to May.
April 1st to May 15th.
Thank
yeah.
you.
And this is for the following school year.
Right,
Okay.
right.
This officially our last negotiated policy?
Only time will tell.
All right, any motion? Well, do we need to do it in a business?
I would bring it back. This is just the first discussion. I'll bring it back to the next study session and then the general session in that same meeting, if you're comfortable with the change.
Any questions before we?
Maybe some clarification. How does other districts do it? Because I've heard the hiring process for Jordan is a little bit different than others. That some hire at the district level and then place you whatever school they want and then move you. Is that true? Or
Well, this isn't related to that.
Okay.
This is a principal request, comes to the supervisor and is ultimately approved at the district level for this sort of a transfer. But it doesn't have to do with any of those other procedures. We're fairly unique in the way that we do
other districts can just move you anyways.
Yeah, I think that may be true. And we can also, we just have a deadline. Sorry, I misunderstood earlier. It does relate what you asked, but we just have a deadline by which to do that, and we just want to move that deadline forward.
What was the benefit in moving it forward? I apologize if
It just not every problem has
been assessed yet.
has been right, has fully reared its head by April
Okay.
1st.
Got it. Perfect.
I make it sound more ominous than it is, but it gives us more flexibility to try to solve a problem in other ways before we resort to an involuntary transfer.
Thank you.
Do you need a date? Could we just remove the date?
Could remove the date.
Remove.
Okay.
No, that's the question. Could we remove the date?
Yeah, we could remove it.
Would it be better?
We could just say involuntary transfer, this is the procedure, and then the following year, that might be better, yeah.
Would JEA be open to that?
I can take that back. I think
I'd even
we
provide
work
you a little bit more flexibility.
we work really closely with, these are very unique circumstances when we do this.
Or if you need a date, we do the last day of school. or something?
We don't need a date. And the way I put the reason we put May 15th is that still gives you a little notice before the end of the school year, but no date gives more flexibility. We try to solve situations in other ways, unless this is the obvious choice of those involved and makes the most sense.
Would there be a concern about, with no date, that the teacher then didn't get enough notice? Like, oh, they pushed it way far back that now I thought I was going to be over here, but now it's, July
Yeah.
15th, and they say I'm going somewhere else. Like,
And that's what JEA would push back and say. That's why
Yeah.
I'm saying, what would JEA say at that?
Yeah, they
They don't have an objection, then we move forward, but that's where they will object.
how about if I just bring it back with
Their with their,
with
take
how
it to
they- how they would
JEA
feel
and come
about
back with what
removing
they
the
would say.
date. Yeah, I can do that.
Curious about whether a date would be helpful to the receiving school, who needs to understand who to hire and what their FTE is and whatnot.
Well, I promise I'm not referencing any real situation, but let's say that in October we see, boy, an involuntary transfer would really solve some issues here. We have a similar opening in another school. Let's make that switch. Or this other school needs support. Let's make that switch. I think things can happen during the year that where everyone would appreciate, even though there maybe isn't much notice, they might just be grateful to be able to be switched out of a difficult situation. There's a lot of conversation that happens before this is ever put in place. It's never a surprise.
There
Okay,
are
we'll
questions?
take that back.
Beautiful. All right.
Thank you.
Agenda item E, legislative impact discussion. Ms. Wood and Dr. Anderson.
So I'll just make a couple of comments before pitching it to you. We're going to go over 20 bills passed and not passed. We're going to go pretty rapid fire. And so would it be best if maybe they save their questions to the end, or do you want questions during?
I'm totally fine with questions during. In fact,
Okay.
if you just speak up or push pause, we'll take them at the end as well. So any time is fine.
And some of the answers we won't know yet because we're still waiting for interpretation on them. So we have nobody better informed
Yeah.
than Dr. Anderson.
Particularly when it comes to the fiscal impact, we need to wait for USBE to talk with the legislature and their fiscal analysts, and we'll know that. And Mr. Larson can certainly help us understand that. So that being said, by the numbers, there were 958 bills introduced this session. That's a lot. And 176 alone were passed on the very last day of the session. That's out of the 582 that were passed. So almost a third, right? Almost a third were passed on one day, the final day. And Thursday, the day before that, wasn't much different. We were tracking over 100, and if anybody's counting, there's only 315, actually 315 today, I think, until the 2026 session. So, we always talk about, important bills, but this is one that came up and I thought was humorous. There is a question as to how to spell the official state, who you are, and does it include an extra A or not? And, the national press has weighed in, NPR, and when it comes to choosing a hockey club, Outlaws or Mammoths, I have my preference, but Utahns would help pick this on the national press. Even the New York Times weighs in on what's right. In their crossword,
oh my gosh.
a Utahn was the correct answer instead of the, with the extra A. But it's all been resolved now, thank heavens, because SB 230, SB 230 has been passed, and the official spelling for a Utah resident is UTAHN. So sorry, New York Times.
I'd like to
Really?
buy a vowel.
It's like, anyway.
We're waiting for a correction from the New York Times on their crossword.
That's right.
puzzle.
That's right.
A little bit
Man, they're from
of
New
government
York.
overreach.
And by all means, why don't we need a law?
Yep.
Yeah, anyway. Because I
Let's
prefer
waste
the
our
other way. I should have lobbied.
I'm grateful. I think it's saving some money that we
Yeah.
don't.
Less ink, yes.
All those A's we're gonna save.
Meaningful efforts up there. We've talked about many of these things, but one of them had to do with HB 42, which is the English language learner enrollment. This graph is not important in and of itself of as far as who's down at the bottom there listed, but this is from the handout that Representative Perucci gave to the committee at the time. The important part of this is the average increase in English learner enrollment for the last 4 years. And the important part of this graph is the biggest bar on there. Do you know who that is? That is us. That is Jordan School District. The next largest is Athlos Academy, and then we also have Alpine and Davis District and Emory School District have pretty large increases. But that large bar, we have the largest average increase. It doesn't mean total numbers. It doesn't mean total numbers of EL students, but it does mean the increase. And this bill, we gave Representative Perucci some data on that, and it gives emergency funding to those schools who have seen an increase of 60% or more in their English learner population over the last 3 years. And that is a good portion of our schools. Well over half of our schools will qualify for that money in some way, shape, or form. The fiscal note on this went from $500,000 down to $50,000, but the last week of the session, I was surprised to learn that it was funded at, get this, $5 million.
Candace Perucci at her best.
$5 million. So,
Did you say the last 3 years?
oh, Dixon, yeah, yeah, you're right. It's not lined up very well. We have a large number, a huge increase. Yeah.
60% over the last 3 years is
Yes.
what you said. Okay.
Yeah, and we have well over half of our school districts will do that. So, there was HB 330 was a bill that came out the last week of the session, and it deals with cosmetology licensing, and you wouldn't think that would really impact us, but there was a part of the bill that carved out and cut out entirely high schools from being able to offer cosmetology licensing programs in the bill. It wasn't the sponsor's intent when we brought it to him. He said, "Oh, I'll change that," but by the time it was already in the motion in the Senate, we had to change it in the House, and we worked with Jason Skidmore, our CT director, and the principal here to get language that actually, if nothing else, solidifies the in law that high schools can offer cosmetology programs in their tech centers. So that was another example this last week. Yeah, we have been doing it, and the law implied that we could, but it didn't specifically state it, and this law would have prohibited it. And we got an amendment changed. A substitute, actually, of the bill was passed the last day of the session that allowed for us to do that. That's another example.
Mike, if we hadn't noticed this or been aware of this, it would have affected us. I mean,
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah, it's of note that lawmakers, those in the legislature, I think they do their best, and I don't think they're maliciously trying to exclude high schools from being able to do this. But I guess my point is that without the input of the school districts, they might make some quote mistakes along the way. Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out. I think the sponsor of the bill, it was not his intent to carve out schools, but those that helped him write the bill, some of the interest groups and some of the people that were charged with lobbying and changing this, changing the cosmetology standards, may have thought that would be better off without high schools, competing for, private beauty schools, for example. I don't know. I can't speak to the intent, but it is an example of how things can happen without a watchful eye upon it. So,
That was Senate Bill 330.
Oh, yes, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. HB 344 is correct. I do know that one because we worked on the school fees for quite some time, and that's another where we had substantial input. We just spent a lengthy discussion on this and a very good discussion on the changes there, so we appreciate the sponsor in working with us on that.
So I noticed on the fee, like a ceramics class, the tools for ceramics, we can't charge that fee. But if you're going to buy 250 pounds worth of clay, we can charge that fee. Did this bill get that splitting hairs?
The way they used it, and it would be, I think there's some interpretation that could be used there, but general classroom materials and supplies should not be charged a fee. If you have
Like the carving tools in a ceramics class.
right, yeah, things that are needed for the class, and so forth. You shouldn't. Those are general supplies for general education purposes. That's prescribed in the bill. You cannot charge a fee for those. If it's a specialty class like the hair cosmetology program where they needed to buy their barbering kits or something like that, that can be.
But the bill did get that specific.
Yes.
Okay.
In
Good.
some areas, yep. In other areas, it just, I mean, the language is purposely vague, I think, to just, it leaves it as general education supplies.
So, and that's even if the general education supplies are supplies that the student will be taking home. Then a fee cannot be charged for those even, so like let's say in a ceramics class, they have a little carving tool and a sponge that each student needs their own. Then they can't charge a fee for that. They
Correct.
just need to have a classroom set or something, or provide it.
That's correct. If it was a case where they were charging something in the cosmetology program, for example, where they were actually buying the kit and they would take it with them and it would be theirs, then that's where they can charge the fee. Yeah.
So in your example, you could, right? Because it would be your kit. that
Yes.
You would.
If it was yours that you
It's
take
your
home,
kit.
but you were referring to like something that would stay in the classroom that would
No,
just be
no, I'm
used.
talking about, I don't know that it happens now, but like buying your own kit for a art class or for an advanced ceramics class or something where you have your own tool kit.
Yeah. In most cases, they would offer the option, if they did offer the kit, you could buy it, but they would also have supplies in the classroom to allow the students to use them if they didn't choose to buy their own. Here are the proposed funding items. This is just a quick summary. There was $50 million allocated, and that would give a $1,446 salary increase for teachers. Along with that, there was a one-time bonus for educator support staff. The details of that are found in HB House Bill 2, and we're waiting to hear further from USBE and the Legislative Fiscal for interpretation of how exactly that gets executed. There was $178 million allocated for a 4% WPU increase, which we'll talk more about in just a minute. Along with that, the educator 32 hours time, which has occurred for the last few years, is also funded again, and they've increased the amount of teacher supply money to up to $500. You may have heard last year, we talked a little bit about it, that student teachers received for the first time a $6,000 stipend. This year it was for student teachers who were enrolled in Utah universities. This year it is for anyone inside or out of the state that is doing their student teaching in the state of Utah. So you could be from an out-of-state college, but as long as you're student teaching here, next year you'll get the $6,000, and that's in an effort to attract and retain the good teachers there. Does that make sense? And then the Utah Fits All was funded at $40 million. It's worth noting that that's just under about 1% in the WPU. The guidelines for it changed somewhat, and it's now basically elementary age students qualify for $4,000 instead of the $8,000, and secondary students qualify for $6,000 under this scholarship. And that's, I think, in an effort to increase the number of recipients. And then there are some guardrails that were put in place, certain items that were prohibited. You can't, for example, buy a season pass to a theater or a ski pass or furniture or a ski pass for your chaperone, pianos, things like that. So, and then
there any requirements put on us that we need to be like an authorizer?
No. House Bill 2 impacts. I think there's just there's just something to be aware of there because it did change the funding mechanisms and some of the rules surrounding how we've received money. John has been working on the overall fiscal impact because even though you get an increase in the WPU, the offsets of cuts and program eliminations and what we're left with in terms of unfunded mandates and the changes to the funding mechanisms can more than offset the WPU increase. And so that's not to say that it's going to far outweigh it, but it's just we need to keep in mind the balance of how much are we actually going to net from the legislative
Are you
increase.
saying that they're going to publish that information? Like it's,
No, they won't, but we're working on.
we should. and
Yeah.
And we will.
We need to.
And we're working on just what is the net outcome of, despite a 4% WPU and the teacher salary increase, we believe there were significant enough cuts
Heard 4%
and changes.
W.
Right.
We didn't gain anything.
So we'll come back when those calculations are made and have an idea. But right now, spoiler alert, it doesn't look like there's going to be a huge increase when you net everything out. Anything else you'd say to that, John? Or any increase. Yeah. So that's what we're looking at, and we'll come back when that's settled. Like I said, it takes some time for the state board to talk with the legislative fiscal analysts and calculate exactly how those things are going to be distributed and what the outcome is. So this is going to be a rapid fire session of bills that were passed. If there's a green check, it passed. The sponsor of the bill and the gist of what the bill addressed is there, along with the implementation dates. And on HB 40, the school safety bill, which we talked a little bit about this, it has an implementation date for most of it coming up May 7th of this year. But you'll notice that's not a typo. July 1 of 2035 is the implementation date, the expected due date for schools in larger counties to comply with things like window film and other safety upgrades. And there's more. This is another example of a bill that requires some state board input and some guidelines for. So.
What do we have to have ready by May 7th?
The May 7th one is they changed some definitions. They also changed what's required to be in the safety assessments, things like that. So
Guardians?
No, Guardians do not need to be in place by 2025. That's a topic of discussion now. We don't have a firm timeline on that, and it depends on who you ask, quite frankly.
I heard once that a deadline was not set so that we would do it as fast as possible instead of waiting for the deadline. But not having a deadline tends to make things take longer, it seems to me.
Yeah. Yes. So more to come on that, and as we get information, not only from the state board but from the safety office that Chief Pennington is heading up, we'll keep you posted. HB 42 is the one I talk about with English learner amendments. That goes into effect this year. The flag display bill, HB 77, is one that's been received some attention. That goes into effect May 7th of this year, and that's the one that defines a flag and outlines what flags can be flown. It doesn't say what can't be. It just outlines what can be flown in a government building, including school classrooms and buildings.
And fabric is anything that is woven or knit. And so paper is not considered a fabric, I don't think, in the statute.
Woven or knit, yeah, great.
So do we still have indemnification on that?
There is. The indemnification is in there. There's also provisions that if a government entity didn't abide by it, it's overseen by the state auditor's office, and there can be a daily fine of $500.
That fine would be on the school district.
It would be
for
on
not-
any government entity that's not complying or is.
Are we going to
It's not
notify
on the teacher,
teachers about that? Because I think there are some violations in our district.
Yes, hopefully we get some additional guidance from the state on how, what the ramifications are of that, the guidelines for it, and how it's to be distributed. But yes, that's an example of something we need to let our teachers know, as well as our administrators and people that oversee the schools, obviously. HB 100 is the food security bill. This is the one we discussed last meeting, where this takes those students that are on free and reduced lunch. Free is already free, obviously subsidized by the federal government. The reduced price lunch, this bill takes reduced price lunch to free. So anybody on free and reduced lunches at this point, everyone's going to be free if they qualify for either one, of course.
And this bill, does it receive any funding from the state?
Well, yes, it does. The trick is that it's one-time money.
So we're picking up this.
Picking up the tab.
It could happen in the future, but for now, it's funded only with one-time money. I will say the likelihood of them wanting to support that in the future is probably pretty good, because it passed and there was a lot of discussion around that idea, but it's one-time money. It's worth noting that.
And the policy project was behind it.
Correct.
Also, and I feel like they might have some influence with
Right.
religious.
And the bill specifically had language in there that nonprofit groups could step in and help pay for this.
So how much is the one time? Is it enough?
It is enough to cover it for next year. Moving forward, and of course, one-time money is one time. Any other questions on that? Feel free to push, or we can talk as long as you'd like to. I'll just keep it rolling if we don't. HB 104 was one we watched on the last day of the session. This passed. This is a firearm safety training that is required in schools now. It takes effect in July 1st. It would require firearm safety training to take place 3 times in an elementary, 1 time in a middle school, and 1 time in a high school. There is a video that's out there put out by, I believe it's the Attorney General's office, on firearm safety that could be, that's approved to view in schools. It's about a 5-minute video. So that's what it would be required 3 times in elementary, once in middle, and once in high school. This one is I'll let John answer questions on this, but basically this alteration on HB 110 takes away the growth for TSSA. And when I mentioned earlier about, we need to net everything out, the gains against the losses, this would be an example of what we won't be getting. It's not that we're stopping, we'll still receive TSSA. It's just not going to be given the growth that we have experienced in past years, which in my mind is a big deal.
Did they change names? Like the Sunshine Fund or something like that?
Did we change names on the fund it was out of?
It was just a public comment somebody
Oh.
referenced. Or as it's now called, and I was like, oh, is that true? I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. It also goes into effect a year later. It's not it is in 2026. This is one we talked about with Representative Tusher, HB 191, high school packets and credits. If the packets are not approved by the LEA or the state board, students can't use them for credit recovery or grade replacement. It has to go through the LEA or the state board.
So isn't that what accreditation?
Well, it's possible that an organization is accredited and has a packet system, but if that group or that organization that's accredited isn't approved or adopted by the LEA or doesn't go through the USBE process, then they wouldn't be eligible in Utah to offer that packet for credit replacement.
As long as it goes through USBE or LEA.
Correct. That's correct. Yep. The LEA, if we've got our own system in-house, we're good. If it's not in-house or we haven't already approved it or adopted it in-house, then it has to go through the USBE, and they have to adopt a process for approving those type of packets.
District produced curriculum.
It's fine. Yes. And Representative Tusher was great to work with on that, making sure that we were okay with that, with what we've been doing with recovery credit in our school district. HB 233 is a school curriculum bill that would it prohibits any healthcare provider that participates in elective abortions to provide sex education in schools. There were some school districts that were partnering with such groups. We do not, by the way, but this bill would prohibit that. HB 267 This is the Public Labor Union Bill, the negotiations and so forth. It does have two checks there because it's not only passed, it was signed by the governor, and it does fit. This one I have down July 1, but I think I read earlier, unless it was changed, it was May 7th, so I got to double check that. May 7th, yeah.
That did not pass with a supermajority, right? So
It did not. It did not. And it's worth noting on that bill, they did, the labor unions did announce that they intended to subject this to referendum. And so that's a pretty high bar to reach. I believe it's over 140,000 signatures to reach within a time period. And so
Does that mean it's statewide? So the percentage is
That's-
a statewide percentage,
that's-
not a district percentage?
that's my understanding.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, it's like 10%. It's a percentage and a high amount to reach there. So they announced that they were intending to move that direction. So
They have a lot of support behind public safety, the firemen and police.
I don't know the specifics of the unions and where they stand on it. I just know that there were several labor unions that announced that they were going to move forward with the referendum, and I believe the UEA was supportive of that. Yeah. It is July 1? Okay. We had seen somewhere, I think, on this that it was May 7th because we had talked about it a little bit, but John just verified it is July 1. I took it from the bill itself, but I was worried I may have done a typo because most of these, as you can see, are May 7th, which is about 60 days after the session that it would take effect, or July 1, which is the fiscal year for bills.
So those districts who are talking about negotiating by May 7th.
I think it goes into effect, but the date is July 1st when you can no longer negotiate with unions. So while the law goes into effect, there's a July 1st date.
And the July 1st date
Or
is
maybe it's
in
July 1st. I'm
it's-
wrong. It's July 1st is the applicable date.
July 1 is the date, and that is in red underlined, so it must have been changed in the last, because there was a version of the
There's
bill
a
that was
provision
made.
in that if there's an agreement in effect by, we can talk about it later. It's complicated.
Okay, all right.
Long story short, this year we're going to be negotiating with JEA.
I would.
As long as we're done before July 1st, we can anticipate a negotiation with JEA this year, approvals through JEA, the normal channels. This year's normal. This year's what we've been doing in the past.
That's how I would read it, but I would leave that to attorneys to say that. So, HB 281. This is Representative Grecius's bill. This dealt with it's kicked up quite a bit of dust with the mental health providers because it required parental notification prior to providing therapy. It went through several versions. The last version that actually passed carved out school counselors completely, so that school counselors are able to continue doing exactly and operating exactly as they have been. And school counselors, for anyone wondering, they are still required to give a consent to counsel form after the first time visiting with a student if they wish to continue. It's not that parents don't get advised on this. There are certain types of therapy that would require a prerequisite, a pre-approval by parents in order to participate in that. But 504s, IEPs, school counselors are all carved out of this, so it doesn't have a near as big of impact as it would have as it was originally written.
This mainly like affecting our school psychologists?
Yeah, it would exactly. It would be school psychologists, again, not working with 504 or IAP students, but maybe in therapy groups and offering specific therapy. Not just, it also carves out stress management, life skills, obviously schedule changes, things like that. So there's a difference there. It's actually different types of therapy that are specified in the bill. Yeah, great clarification. This one did not pass, as you can see. Most of them did that I have up here regarding education, but this was the one that would require LEAs to be able to share public directory information between a public school district and a charter school. And this one appeared to be able to be on the fast track to pass, but it got tripped up a lot with the data privacy issues, and it just didn't make it across the finish line at the end of the day. We talked about HB 344. length today. Moving on, almost through the House bills. This was the civics education bill that we referenced when talking with teaching and learning earlier. That requires in the state to have an extra 0.5 credit of social studies. We do that in the district already, but it may require certain classes and offerings to be tweaked at the high school level. This was when we talked about the school board referendum bill. This was one that JLC put out alerts on. It did not pass. And there was some question on this one earlier. That's why I brought it, because Representative Tusher just had a bill that came out late in the session that would have done away with the 180-day requirement for schools, and that did not pass. It got held in rules, I believe. Moving on to Senate bills now. Senate bills, there was a class size reduction bill that would have shifted the way the class size reduction money is funded. Rather than going through K-8, it would have taken it and emphasized K-3. We were really perplexed by this one. It wouldn't have really been helpful. It would have given more money to K-3, which would, incidentally, would have advantaged charter schools a little more, because they are more elementary heavy than they are secondary. And if it was, because it's currently K-8, this would have emphasized the K-3. So, but it did not pass, which is somewhat surprising because this was a committee bill, meaning it had committee consensus coming out of the interim session, and didn't pass. But we did voice some concerns with the way the funding mechanisms were structured in that. This one got a lot of attention. This one is SB 37. That's changed the bucket that was being filled by the the property tax that's levied by the state. This bill would no longer take it into the general education bucket. It would take it into the general fund bucket. And that's of note and of concern to us, because even though the funding mechanisms stay in place, in other words, in theory, we would receive the same amounts of money, they would be coming from different sources, and they would be coming at different points, and so we wouldn't earn the interest potentially on some of that money. So, anything else I miss on that, or you want to say on that? Okay,
I understand this, John. As I understand the way it's worked, we get new growth, taxes on new growth, and this now eliminates us receiving the taxes on new growth, or will we still get the taxes on new buildings, new homes being built? Is the loss here just interest, or is the loss here interest and growth?
The direct loss is interest, but there's the potential for the loss of growth because the legislature now gets this money outside of the education fund. It goes to the general fund, so they can use it for social services. So should they want to, they can say, okay, even though the local school board is required to levy this tax that goes to the state general fund, they can use it for any social service they want. So we could lose the growth that we would have had in the education system into the future.
The other thing I think that's worth noting on this is that the large portion of the funding for this that will come to us on a monthly basis, I believe, will come from the income tax fund, which is the most volatile of taxes. I mean, if you lose your job in an economic downturn, you pay zero income taxes, while you'll still pay property tax. So the property tax source is a much more stable source of money for us. So there's concerns there, even though there were also reassurances that we would still be held harmless and you'll still get the same amount. But as John just pointed out, we could lose the interest. We also could lose the potential growth from the property values and the assessments growing, if that makes sense.
We've banked on that for a long time. That's been a fudge factor.
Yes.
We've banked on quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I think of note also the State Board of Education passed the resolution encouraging Governor Cox to veto this bill. So we'll see how that turns out. It has not been signed yet. Yeah, there's very few on here that have been signed.
Quick question. So if they decide to take the money from the general fund and spend it on other social services, not us, how do they get from there or from here to there? Do they have to vote on anything? Do they just decide, a committee
just in their
decides?
allocations, yeah.
Okay.
The Executive Appropriations Committee has now ultimate flexibility over that money. It's no longer restricted to the education bucket, and so they can allocate it where they wish. They could put it to Medicare. You name it. They could increase UTA funding. They don't have any restriction as it goes into the general fund now.
Just a dollar amount they have to give us.
Just a dollar amount they have to give us, which has been based on the WPU anyways. So it's certainly a loss of future revenues, I'm sure, but this gains the state the flexibility they wanted with Amendment A. It just kind of bypassed the process of Amendment A and all of the concessions that were agreed on for Amendment A. So, yeah.
It's, yeah.
My biggest frustration with this bill is the lack of transparency that it creates, that the school board is being required to levy a tax for social services outside of the school system. I don't think that sits well with a lot of people. That just sounds really funny.
Yeah. Which is one of the reasons that the state board gave for the governor is the lack of transparency. And on your property tax notices, it will be the Utah Basic School Tax in our county. In other counties, it actually has the school district's name as if they're the ones levying it, even though they have no authority over it. The state sets the rate. We collect it, but the state now gets to do with it what they want. So there are some transparency issues. We asked about changing the way that the property taxes are noticed statewide, and basically the answer I got was, well, let's visit that maybe next session. Yeah. This was another bill, SB 102, that dealt with public education funding. You'll recall this is the one that put certain line items up for review and sunset and cut certain things. It also, of grave concern, was the professional staff fund. This passed. It became a big nothing burger because they kept all of the line items. They will just be up for review and sunset every so often, and it moved the pro staff money to HB2. And moved pro staff to what we call the flexible allocation. It's worth noting that pro staff in the flexible allocation will get some growth, but not this year. Is that correct? Correct. Yeah. And so SB 102 is a big nothing burger. It didn't do much in the end of the day, except to review certain line items. So this was this was the counterpart in the Senate to the HB 100, which is the lunch bill. This one would have, instead of providing free lunch for all of the reduced students, this one would have given universal free lunch to all. As you can imagine, the fiscal note on this was rather high, and it did not pass. This is the cell phone bill, SB 178. It started out being a very restrictive bill that didn't allow phones on school campuses during the school day at all. Interestingly enough, it did morph, and the baseline for this bill is now very much looks a lot similar to, very similar to our secondary policy that allows for phones to be used in the hallways and the lunchroom, but not during class time. That's the default for the state, absent a board policy on the matter. So we have a board policy for cell phones already. We don't have to do anything with this bill. We're good. This bill, I think it's worth just noting that this bill changes the definition of bullying in the public ed law to be a little more restrictive. The complaint was that it was so broad that anything can be bullying, and if anything is bullying, then nothing is, basically, is what the argument was. And this bill restricts the definition to intent to harm and a couple other provisions that define what bullying is, and we are required to report bullying in the case. So it does give us clarification as to how and when to report bullying.
Will we need to change policy to be in line with this?
I don't think we'll need to change policy. We just need to make our administrators aware that, when we log things in Skyward for discipline incidents, we just need to make sure that if we log it as bullying, it's actually meeting the threshold for what the state definition is. So, This is the one we talked about, the rodeo. This one, I honestly didn't think it would pass, but now it is an officially school excused absence to if you have a death in the family, if you have an IEP or a 504, or if you're on a school activity. Those are all reasons you can be excused officially from school on a school excused basis. It is now a law that the high school rodeo sanctioned event can also be a school excused absence.
Our schools have a high school rodeo?
Not that I know of.
Not yet. Other counties? Not
Yeah,
yet.
it's worth noting the sponsor of this bill is from Spanish Fork, the home of the famous Spanish Fork Rodeo. So
Harriman a lot though.
There's an
4-H
issue.
clubs.
There's an issue before the Activities Association about requiring ambulances at rodeos.
there you go.
At what point, how big of a rodeo do you have to require? And they're
And
going
what threshold does it would require?
now,
that-
they may be requiring all high school rodeos to have an ambulance on site.
Having witnessed a few accidents there, I don't think that's a bad idea.
So someone's thinking about rodeos.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a rapid fire session. I want to just express appreciation for the board's support and your involvement in up there on the Hill. Superintendent's very involved, and it's gratifying to work in a district that's visible up there. People know us, and I think we've entrusted a lot of legislators with what we do, and even if we disagree, maybe on a policy standpoint, we do have good relationships with them. So I'm happy with that, and I just appreciate the board's support and what we do up there.
I think it's important to note that it's probably incumbent upon us as a district that lives geographically close to the capital to do what we're doing on behalf of all the other districts in the state. I mean, it's very difficult for other districts to do what we do. And so I think it's important that we do for all of Utah's districts what they can't very easily do for themselves.
Well said.
I think that we kind of get in the habit of complaining when some of these bills pass, and I'm for one to be really grateful overall. This was a good session for education. We lost some battles, we lost some things, but it could be worse. There's been worse sessions, a lot worse sessions, and
This was successful because it
Who
could
are
have
you
been
talking
worse.
to about there?
Did I
There's
just hear
been
you
more
say that?
sessions.
there has been worse. I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm grateful for the work that they do. I guess that's what I'm saying. And I think sometimes when we sit down next to them and we work for win-win solutions, we're going to find ourselves better than when we complain all the time.
I've appreciated the input and the questions that are brought to us through our lawmakers. I do respect what they do up there. I my hats go off to them for anybody that wants to step into that arena. The takeaway for me was the vibe necessarily wasn't an anti-education. They were supportive of it. They wanted to help teachers out specifically, but the details of the bills, especially the education funding bills, are worrisome because there was a sentiment up there that we have large budgets and that we have enough, and so a few cuts here and a few cuts there would not be as impactful to us. But I think we'll see with our calculations coming out that they add up, and in the balance of things, it doesn't look as though we're going to have an overall increase much at all. So that's important to keep in mind. Even though I don't disagree with what you said, I appreciate our legislators. I think they want to be supportive of schools. I just think, much like that cosmetology bill, there are things embedded in bills sometimes that just are not helpful to us.
I will restate what Dr. Anderson just said. Our calculation is that it is not a net loss or a net gain, that we remain at the same level. So the guaranteed 4% WPU is offset by other losses.
And increased expenses to us.
Correct.
Yeah, and worth noting on that, to add on to that, is we're not using school safety as part of that calculation. If you start talking about what we need to do in our buildings and with our school personnel over the next 10 to 15 years, that's a huge that's a huge ask of school districts.
And in fairness, it also does not include the direct payment to teachers and to ESP, because we've been told, don't count that, it doesn't count. So that's not district funding, so we aren't including that in the calculation either.
And I have a question as far as that also. So the state legislature and the governor are directly giving a pay increase to teachers and the bonus to ESPs. And I'm interested how, when they say it's like a $1,400 raise, will teachers see that whole amount in their take home? Or how does that all work? Because I think sometimes we think, oh, that is automatically going to be like this much more every month. But how does it work?
In reading the bill, there is intent language in there to offset the benefits that are required to go along with that. Otherwise, it would have been, a 25% reduction or so off the top of that. So teachers may see a gross amount of $1,443 on their paycheck, but they have to also keep in mind that taxes and other, everything else that normally comes out on their check will be deducted from that. But I think what you're asking is, are we given the money for benefits on those salary increases? And the intent language is in there. I will reiterate what I said earlier. The USBE and the legislative fiscal analysts will work that out, because sometimes they give intent language and they give a chunk of money out there, but the calculations don't always meet what we need in a district, especially where they calculate it maybe at the state level, and certain districts pay more than the average level. And so there may be a shortfall. I'm not saying there is, but we just have to be mindful of that.
I mean, just because sometimes I think it can set up expectations that are difficult for a district to meet. Anyway.
Agreed. So,
Especially challenging when we say ESPs, but it's not all of our employees who are in that job category. And there are expectations placed on the district when they do that.
Because we need to match for the employees that don't qualify. So now there's an expense to district funds because we don't want to exclude people who qualify simply because of a technicality.
Right.
And they don't qualify based on the law.
Or all of our administrators or whomever, whatever category was left out, still deserves consideration.
and there's an FTE basis for that distribution as well. If you work half-time, you're not going to get the $1,000 or the $1,443. You get half of that, of course. So it would depend on your status as a full-time employee as well.
So and that was my point, is if we were to work with them early on. I talked to a couple legislators just this week and talked to them about the impact really with our ESPs and the fact that one-time bonus is way different than ongoing funds and stuff like that, and where we really need the help. I think that's an area we need a lot of help in, and they didn't really have that understanding like I do, you know, because they're working with so many other things than education. We're all focused on education, and so I would invite us to really get working now for bills for next year and not when we have our legislative breakfast. By then it's too late. But several of them I've talked to said, let's sit down. I mean, they're interested now. And before summer gets, I think it would be really nice to kind of carve out some of the things we really want. We should be talking about our legislative priorities now. But that's just me.
We have our committee meeting tomorrow.
As I've had the opportunity to serve on government relations and have meetings with our legislators early, like you're talking about, is the issues that they'll bring to us are the softballs. They lob us a nice easy one. And then they show up at session and it's like, wait, you're doing what? We met with you how many times and this never even came up. And then you drop a bomb. I shouldn't say they. There have been instances where it has seemed they are not interested in the input. they purposely shield us from.
I might be wrong, but I think they are, and I would like to try to figure out how to get that done.
I hope that you're right, and I agree. Let's continue making those efforts. I will tell you, it has been very difficult to meet with legislators early. They keep telling us, oh, you guys are too late. Come early, come early, come early. Their schedules won't allow meetings. So we'll keep trying. Let's not give up, right? Some of the things that we tried worked, so we'll keep trying, but.
Yeah, I just think public criticism really hurts our relationships with them. I know that people who come to me with issues, when they're criticizing me personally, I listen to them, but I can't find a win-win situation because we have a big roadblock between us. And so that's what I would like to do, is how do we build some win-win situations with them? I believe we can. I think that, I see some positives in this session, but maybe I'm the only one. I don't know.
For sure, and I appreciate your
And
perspective.
to be clear, I don't feel like this legislative review has been full of criticism. I feel like it has been fact-based. It has been like rewinding the cassette and just playing back kind of what happened during those 45 days. I don't think that there has been negative judgment passed on our representatives, regardless of how we may feel, or positive or negative. Anyway, so I don't think this has been a highly critical review, personally, but.
That's always a good reminder. So I appreciate the discussion.
Just want to add, Dr. Anderson, would you say our April 23rd meeting will have a better sense from USBE, and we can provide more that meeting? Or
I sure
are we-
hope so. I mean, it does take them, like they're sifting through the rubble of this as well at this time, but I hope by the April 23rd meeting we would have a better understanding of how we came out in the wash and where we stand from a financial basis. And I do think it's important, to an earlier point made, that we let our legislators, we share with our legislators what the net outcome was for this. And while we appreciate the increases in funding and the teacher pay, we had significant offsets that are going to be really challenging moving forward.
Move into agenda item F, purpose statements for Licensed Employee Advisory Committee and Jordan Parent Advisory Committee.
2 meetings ago, the executive committee was tasked with finding or coming up with a purpose statement and maybe even some structure details on those 2 committees. We met, we hammered out a proposal. This is not in any way what we consider a final draft. This is just what we are proposing to the board in terms of a purpose statement, and in the case of LEAC, maybe some structural suggestions. This is after considerable discussion, but we are to the point where they are on board docs. We are proposing that these be the purpose statements of those 2 committees and any other details, but we are open to a discussion and would now lay that before the board.
And I would like to ask Erin a question about the Jordan Parent Advisory Committee statement. Are you happy with this? Does this feel good to you?
Yeah, I felt like it was fine. I was wondering if there should be a first quarterly meeting, only in regards to like trainings of school community councils. I had spoken with Dr. Anderson about what kind of training we provide, and he said it's usually emailed out. I can't remember if he said that they've ever met, but there is stuff that's emailed out. So my only
The link to the trust lands stuff, or
yes, and there was like a slideshow of things, and so that would be my only concern, is to make sure that at the beginning of the school year, that there is enough training on how they should proceed as a school community council.
One slight concern with that is the JPAC committee isn't the full community council, and I think all members of the council should be receiving training.
Right. Okay. That is a very good point.
So as I've attended my various schools, and each school approaches it differently, but by and large, that training is done in the school community council meeting. Like we just watched the video all together.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm open to, if you feel like we need something more specific.
That might be sufficient. I need to look through that information again that Mike sent me and make sure that there is language in it saying that even if you're not like an elected member of that school community council, you can still go and sit in those meetings and hear what's going on. Because I had heard from a parent that they thought they couldn't go. And I was like, no, you should go and hear what's going on.
I think that's even in the law.
I want to make sure that that gets portrayed as well. So.
I have another question too, because at a conference, one of those board conferences, I heard another board talking about how they had something kind of like JPAC, and they trained their school community council chairs in how to engage with the legislature, and they talked to them about legislative issues or whatever, so that the chairs could go back and talk to their school community council members. And I don't know if that needs to be explicit or if that is something that could happen if you wanted to. Does this limit, or if...
So we have done that at our own JPAC before. And I felt like that was the third bullet, discussing the implementation of educational legislation.
Okay.
So is that a time that we can talk about what this means and
how to engage
and how to understand and how, if you have concerns, here's how you can.
Yeah, I felt like the third bullet point covered that, and I have ideas on that I was going to share once we get down to agenda G. So, but yeah, I feel good about this. So I'm excited to move forward with JPAC. So.
Start, but we'll get it moving. Yes. Okay. Any other concerns or discussion on the JPAC? Oh, okay. Great. I don't know that we need a motion at this point, but let's move into the LEAC conversation. Also attached to board docs.
So I have a question about that, because on this Licensed Educator Advisory Committee purpose statement, it says reps will not be compensated at their hourly rate for participation, whereas in the 2019 memo, it says that representatives, will meet 4 times during the year and will be compensated at their hourly rate of participation. And so I'm interested to know how executive committee decided, why executive committee decided to change from compensating to not compensating.
It got messy. And it became, I need more hours. I'd like to do the assignment so I could increase my pay on a couple of occasions. We don't pay the parent advisory committee. Paying people to counsel us is an uncomfortable thing for me. And I propose that we remove that and ask for volunteers, so that you come to the meeting because you want to advise the board, not because there's a financial incentive.
And one thing I think about too is a parent advisory committee. Most of the parents live within the school district, whereas I know teachers who come from I know one teacher who comes from Ogden. I know teachers who come from Springville, from Davis County. And so it is it seems like it is at a greater sacrifice of time to stay within the district to be able to participate for someone who lives 50 miles away versus someone who lives within the school district.
But they're already here, and then they go home. There's no added time, or there's no added expense, because they're coming as soon as school gets out, which they're already here, and they just stay for a couple hours, and then they go home 2 hours later instead of when they would have gone home. So it's not like they have to go home and come back.
They don't have to volunteer.
And they don't have to be the rep. But they're already here they're already within our district. They just stay a little bit longer for the meeting.
Do people want to be the rep? Is it easy to have a rep from every school, or are there schools I'm just interested. It seemed like there were a lot of people at the one LEAC meeting that I attended, but that was when they were being compensated hourly. And so I do want to encourage as much participation as possible. And will there be participation from every school without the compensation? I'm curious what people think about that.
Yeah, I wonder if there is lack of interest in participating, if that isn't telling us something about the value
They
of
don't
the
want to
committee.
come unless we pay them. I think that's telling. But I believe there are a whole lot of them that would jump at the chance to counsel with the board, to have the ear of the board, to speak to board members, and they'd be happy to volunteer.
Yeah, let's say we roll this out and half the schools don't get someone who volunteers. You have to ask yourself, what message is that sending us? That some percentage of our schools didn't have a single teacher who was interested in speaking to us without being paid. Yeah,
But we still get 30 or 40 schools because there's still some that are interested, so.
But teachers come to our public meetings and they speak. They come willingly. I think there's a whole lot of teachers. I know personally there's a whole lot of teachers that would love to serve on LEAC and don't need to be compensated to do so.
motives are more pure, you're saying,
I don't
right?
want to be a burden. I don't want to burden our teachers. I don't want to put more. But if we walked into a school and said, would someone volunteer? This is just kind of a volunteer situation. I guarantee a lot of hands would go up.
And it's only 2 to 4 times a year.
Yeah.
It's not a huge burden.
Right. And yet they have an opportunity to have they have an opportunity to speak to the board. Everyone's fighting for that opportunity, and we are handing them that opportunity. I think it's a more pure meeting if I'm not paid to be there. I'm glad to be there to improve communication. I watch parents who come without any compensation. I just think it's a more pure meeting if we're all there because we want to improve and we're just volunteering to be there. That's why it's there as a proposal.
In all caps.
It's a change.
I think he was highlighting a change. This isn't of course, they're not even the same format, so we'll Jordanize these once we have a chance to make sure that everybody's comfortable or make adjustments.
I think a lot of people who do come are also part of JEA, and they pay to go to those. They pay dues so that they can have a voice, and we're not charging them something. So maybe we should charge them. Just kidding. I think it's worth trying, and if we find out that nobody wants to volunteer, then we can take a look at whether or not this committee needs to be, or whether or not we need to go back to compensating. So I support it.
I did hear from 2 teachers recently that asked specifically about LEAC, and they're like, hey, are we going to have LEAC again? Especially because they were concerned about the union bill that passed. And so they're like, we still want to talk to you guys. And so I was like, don't worry, we're talking about it. So
We've done significant things with this committee, and it's probably more valuable now to go back to that.
Another point that is a change that we'll just highlight is that we are requesting a 2-year term of service, and that you serve one time in that term. So that's a bit of a departure from our previous. So I wanted to highlight
And that you not serve if you've been the building rep. If you've been the RA. Did I get that right? RA? RA?
Actually, it's the AR.
AR. I got it wrong. Sorry. Ignore that. It's not RA, it's AR.
What is an AR? What's the building rep? What did they do?
They're the elected JEA representative for the building.
Oh.
And so they meet as a group on a regular basis throughout the year with JEA leadership.
And not to exclude them, but they already have an opportunity to speak to the board. We just want to open it up to other voices.
So it's not currently, it's previously as well.
Yeah.
And I have another question. So will the LEAC liaison to the board be the one to set the agenda for the meeting, or does the board decide that? I don't see
Well, that's true.
it on here, because that was something mentioned when we talked about this before. There, it seemed like there were people who said, no, the board decides what will be discussed. So I'm just interested.
And we left that off. We left that off because I don't think we want to take a position. If you come to us as the LEAC rep and said, I'd really like to have a meeting for these reasons, I think you have every right to do that.
So it's expected that I get it approved from the board what the topic is.
Yeah.
Well, let me.
Is that the
let me-
same for JPAC?
Yeah.
I think so.
Board committees.
Well, let me ask, so are you asking if we direct you on the agenda, or whether or not you can come to the board for support and feedback and ideas on your agenda?
Well, and I'm curious, so like the chair of any other committee, so like finance committee, do you get approval from the board about the agenda for your committee? Or facilities, do you get approval from the board for your committee? Like I'm just interested. So it's different. So like it's a thing that I will have to bring up in board reports. This is what I would like to discuss at the next meeting. And then is that how it has?
How we've always done it.
And
So
then,
why is this committee different? I'm curious, historically. than the
It's an
others.
advisory
It's a
board.
board committee, not an individual committee.
And I don't remember.
Board, even our committee with government relations, we're 3 of us, there's more of us, but we still are acting within the scope of the board.
I've never asked the board what we should discuss on our agenda
And
for
Something
government
else
relations.
historically that has happened that we should probably discuss is we have invited the chair to attend all of the meetings and then had 2 other board members attend on a rotating basis. I just made the assumption that we would continue in the same pattern, but that's probably something we should discuss.
And I need to go back and watch a board meeting from a while ago, but I don't remember approving the questions that were asked at the LEAC meeting that I attended.
Every
we-
single,
The
We have an
specific,
age-
like we,
single time.
The board has agreed on an agenda before both of those meetings.
Yeah, I never held a board meeting I never held a LEAC meeting without clear direction from the board, nor did Matt when he was the chair.
There was a few times I wanted to go and explore other issues, and the board wouldn't approve it. so
And this is because it's not the committee is not strictly limited to board members and administration?
It's a very high-profile committee.
Okay, I'm trying to understand why the difference,
You're
yeah.
representing the full board in a meeting like this that's forward-facing. I feel like it's important that the whole board, and I'm not saying that the board wants to like monitor what, like, I don't want to try to take out agenda items that you're trying to discuss, but I would like a heads up. If if it's being discussed, right? So that I am prepared for whatever conversations could follow.
Because
if
there's
I wasn't
exposure
able to
on
attend
these
that
two
meeting.
committees that aren't on finance,
committee doesn't have the
facilities,
whole public
government.
This is a public outreach opportunity, right? That feels different than studying issues that have been assigned to you by the board and that you will later make a recommendation for. But I'm just one brain, so if you're uncomfortable with that, let's talk about it.
And as I read the purpose of the committee, it seems like it is more of a receiving relationship. So like the LEAC committee, the board member or members participating are on the receiving end rather than on the informing or putting out. I mean, just when it says the purpose of this committee is to provide feedback to the board on recent board decisions, counsel the board on policies and actions under consideration, advise the board on the impact of the proposed or recently approved legislation, advise the board on issues that affect licensed employees. I don't see anywhere that it says the purpose of this committee is for the board to provide information to the employees or to explain to licensed educators why we took this action. It seems like all of it is about, and I like that. That is what I was hoping the purpose would be. So,
Can I speak to that? I feel like it is somewhat implied, and maybe we shouldn't rely on implications, but if we are allowing them to provide feedback or to counsel the board on policies or actions under consideration, we first take them that, right? And we say, hey, this is what we're considering. So we are informing them, and then we're saying, give us your feedback. So I feel like it was implied that we will be telling them some things, but essentially it's for them to give us feedback. Is that
Like,
how everyone else?
as board members, we have a lot of opportunities to tell our opinions. I would love an opportunity to hear that feedback coming the other direction. So of course, I think Ms. Barrow is exactly right that in order to introduce a topic, we're going to need to give some backstory, right? Like, here's where we're at in this process. Here's how we got to this place. But I hope that the intent of both committees, the intent is that we are receiving. So that was my perspective as we put this together. But
You feel comfortable with that, Lisa?
yeah.
One thing I don't feel comfortable with is that we're not letting a former building rep be on LEAC. I feel like just because it is very unclear to me now what JEA is to us. So I don't think we should eliminate someone who has previously been a building rep. I think they should still have an opportunity to serve on LEAC for just the 2-year term, right? I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't exclude them. I feel like this is kind of a fresh start because we have this bill that came in and
so you're comfortable with a 2-year term. You're comfortable with only serving 1 2-year term, but just the AR piece.
yes,
You would.
but I guess I would add that if you are the current building rep, you couldn't also be on LEAC. But if you were a former building rep, you still could.
And if you've priorly been on LEAC, you can't be on LEAC. I'd be okay with that. Because that's what I think that's why you're putting that in, is we have a voice here, and if that voice is the same voice as this voice, why do we want the same voice?
Right.
But now we're uncertain about this voice. But, so I would like to add that in maybe in a year or two if we find out that JA has more of a voice than I think that they do. But I would like right now to say if you've been on LEAC before, you can't serve in this next term, because we do have people who have been on LEAC from the beginning.
Yep. Many.
So I'd be more comfortable with that than the building rep.
Okay, so let me just make sure I'm encapsulating this. So the current AR rep isn't qualified to serve, but there's no limit on if you have been in the past an AR rep, but it just stands as a rule. If you have served in LEAC, somebody else gets a turn. Only one term. Is
In the
And
past.
is everybody comfortable with those
Let
two?
me just ask, has it been problematic to hear from the same people? I mean, our public hears from us same people over and over and over again.
It is true, but they have an opportunity to rotate us.
Yeah. But I mean, the same could hold true for them, right? I mean, they could rotate, just not 2 terms in a row, or I'm just curious, has it been problematic in the past? Okay.
Definitely talked about that at length. Should it be not 2 consecutive terms, or should it be never? I think if we got to a point where we were out of people who wanted to do it, maybe we would have to revisit this, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
I don't feel strongly about it. I'm just asking. Yeah.
And will the selection process be the same as far as electing the LEAC representative that was set forth in that?
We decided not to take a
Memo.
stand on executive committee because most of the schools just ask for a volunteer. They don't. We wanted a very formal process where there was a blind vote, and we just didn't want the deck stacked. That there was a real way to get on LEAC without necessarily, putting pressure on people to choose me. But what it became was, I need a LEAC rep. Who will go? And they chose a rep. And so part of the question is, do we really go back to a formal process when that has not been our practice? Our practice has simply been, who's interested in being on LEAC? You are? Okay, great.
There's nothing stopping a school from having a formal process
No.
if that works for them.
But we were very rigid. You have to follow this. You'll notice it said exactly as it's written. But then we just found that that's not necessarily a practical thing for them. And so we did not. I'm very happy, Lisa, if you want to decide how that rolls out.
I think that sounds good, just if the administration asks who wants to do this. And does it seem logistically possible to have a LEAC meeting before the end of the school year? Okay.
But I would recommend that we start with a clean slate and just say, anyone who's come, thank you for your service, but can we get all new representatives? Every school sends a new representative.
Could we start with a clean slate at the beginning of the school year?
I'd be okay with that, but I know who's gonna come.
Here's my one concern about the past is we've kind of haven't done a lot with LEAC in the last year. So if I just got elected to that, do you want to not let them have that opportunity to be reelected? Because we really haven't done a lot in the last year. And
I don't think we held an election in the last year.
so when was the last
And there's
election? 2 years ago?
turnover. Sorry?
So when was the last? Okay.
23 was the last time anyone was asked to pick a representative. Last year, we went with everyone that had already served unless they'd changed schools.
Okay.
I would encourage simplicity and just saying if you've been elected to serve on LEAC previously, then you're no longer eligible. If that's the intent of the board, I would state it that way. If you want to be more
We can revise that later if we need to.
So if we get a school where it's the same person because nobody else wants to serve, then
That's
Yeah.
telling. We need to know that.
okay.
We need to know that no one wants to come.
Want to look at this side of the room, and those of you who have been in schools and have experienced that culture, do you see pitfalls here?
Well, I think there will be people who will not be happy with the not having the opportunity to be on LEAC. So you just have to weigh the people who will feel excluded, an AR or someone who served before, versus wanting to hear fresh voices. So I think that is a possible that's a likely outcome. With how many people is a separate question. So you just have to balance that out. If you want the fresh voices that have not been involved in the ways you've described, then the trade-off is that some people might feel upset that they don't get to participate again. I like the flexibility of on the election. I think the flexibility on the election, or the rigidity of the election, was meant to accomplish what the rules you've talked about will accomplish.
That's exactly why we did that.
I thought that, I felt like the election was, hey, we don't want it to just be whoever raises their hand. We want this to be more about who the faculty wants to represent them. So taking that away allows for some greater flexibility on who would serve. So you're increasing flexibility on one end and decreasing it on the other.
Can we add that phrase to this? A service on the LEAC is a volunteer basis. Reps will not be compensated at their hourly rate for participation. Something about representing your school or representing your facility, whatever word you want to use for that. Because they're not just
And I
reps,
would
they're
not recommend that
representatives
this
for the
goes out
school.
to the schools.
Oh, it's not.
This is our document.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to
This is not
share
what's
this with
being
them.
sent out to the schools.
Okay.
I didn't catch what you wanted.
I wanted to emphasize when you choose someone, you are representing your school. So it may indicate to them, we don't just want to ask for a volunteer openly. I want to say, would you? I would like you to represent us. Would you be on this? Or would you be on this? Rather than an open.
So you'd like an administrator to
Like an
make
assignment?
invitations?
I don't want to require it. I guess what I just want to say is I want to elevate the volunteer as a representative for your school. So someone who you feel would represent your school well. Maybe it's a non-issue, but if that's part of the concern.
I feel like I could.
I was just wondering if we should, I don't know, make some sort of allowance saying that you couldn't serve 2 terms in a row, right? Or should we just keep it at 1 term and that's all?
I would strongly recommend 1 term, and that's all.
And is it upfront that they know that you're now been represented and you are our rep for 2 years? But if they, I don't know. So it's consecutive. We've picked you for the next 2 years.
That would be.
Make sure that's clear and.
I think we would make that clear in the information that went out.
In my experience as a volunteer, right? Like just being a mom in this school and having opportunities to step up, I have noticed that not every parent has the luxury of being able to serve, right? So you tend to see similar faces again and again, and I don't think it's always because of disinterest or because of because they don't have a desire, but because their life circumstances look different. And I'm curious if our teachers might have similar situations where there might be some who just don't have the capacity to add something else to their schedule. And so then we really limit the pool if we say you can never serve again, because then are people being pressured to make space in a life that, I want people to be here because they have a vested interest and a desire, and not because peer pressure and you're the only one left. You gotta go. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, but we've only had a possible 2 turnovers.
It seems like never again is,
At the very most, a school has sent 2 people. I don't think there's a single school that has sent 3 people. in the entire life of LEAC. And so we're just simply saying, hey, those 2 that you've sent, send new people. And given an elementary sending 1, a high school sending 4, 4,
Like 3.
3, I think you'll find plenty of people who have never come and would like to come. I'm just worried about the person who always comes. The parent who goes to everything and volunteers for every committee, and everyone else just is content to send that parent.
Right.
Instead of, oh, that one is done, oh, I'll step up. I'd like to go.
And a future board can change that. I think what we're saying right now is we would like to kind of whitewash everything, bring new blood.
Fresh voices.
Hear fresh voices. And in 2 years or 4 years or 8 years, whenever, a board can say, you know what, yeah, let's go back and change that. So I think at least now this would be a really good time to get fresh voices.
Said I'm willing to try it, but I'm a little nervous.
We can add that in even 2 years.
Yeah, that's true.
So can I ask, we're talking LEAC is limited to one time, but not JPAC.
JPAC's
If you're the chairman,
JPAC depends on the chair, yeah.
Oh,
Your
okay.
schools
So
have
that's
elected
automatic.
as the chair,
hired
you're
you,
automatically coming back.
elected you, yeah.
So
Okay.
you've already gone through an election process, right?
Gotcha. One more question. Do we see any downside to having everybody new in 2 years and not staggered?
I was thinking of that too.
Not with
Benefit to staggering.
Not with necessarily how were you. We have never gone back and needed, you need to have information from a previous meeting in order to give us feedback. That's not how we usually.
I'm thinking it more in the sense of, I know how this works, I'm in a rhythm, I'll help the other people who are new understand that rhythm and how things go, rather than having to say, want everybody at the same time, teach you how this goes.
And so what I envision is having, well, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag before committee reports. But what I would like to talk about at our first meeting is the cell phone policy. And what I envision is, the LEAC representatives at different tables and have a copy of the cell phone policy so people can see exactly what it is. And then I want feedback about what is going well with the cell phone policy and what are the challenges. Like, do you know what I mean? And I want to hear what they are seeing and feeling about it. And so it seems like that type of format would not need a lot of training. Do you know what I mean? Because they could say, well, this is how it's working for me, and this is how it's been working for my colleague, and this is how it's been working for my other colleague. You know what I mean? And so it's not like there's a real necessity to, do you know what I mean? Because even if there's a representative that cannot attend, then they could probably ask any other teacher at their school, will you attend for me? Do you know what I mean? And my hope is that they will maybe like solicit some feedback from their colleagues before they come to the meeting. And, but does that make sense?
Yes.
But I don't know if that's what the executive committee was talking about with this purpose.
Yeah, there isn't a large learning curve here. It's just a lot of feedback. And that's exactly what I was hoping our first meeting would be. Tell us how the cell phone policy is going. Just tell us what's happening in your school, good and bad. We're listening. How's the cell phone policy going? I don't think you need a large learning curve to be able to come back and give that feedback.
And do you know what? If we want to stagger, we could stagger secondary and elementary. Do you know what I mean? Like this year, we want all new elementary. And then next year, we want all new secondary. If we want to mix it up like that.
You make a good point. There have been issues that are specific to different environments where we've chosen to invite them at different meeting times or even with different agendas. And I think that's fine moving forward.
We separated.
And or
we
you
separate-
organize the meeting that way, and you can leave because the rest is secondary.
Yeah, and that's how it was organized, the meeting I went to. These tables are for elementary, these ones are for secondary, you know.
Great.
So I think we should take action on this. I move that we approve this document other than we allow past ARs to be a LEAC representative.
Do I hear a second?
So what was that? So we will allow
Past
Okay,
ARs.
okay, yeah.
That was
I-
Aaron's
Not
concern.
current.
Not current, but past ARs can be a LEAC
So they
rep.
could serve every other, term.
So
Yeah.
we're saying, please don't send someone who's been on LEAC or who is a current AR.
And the thing is, I would rather have somebody than nobody. So if the only person willing is somebody who was already a rep,
Vote against it. 'cause
I
that's
want
not
that.
And I would like them to send no one if that's the case, because I'd like to know which schools send no one.
I'll second Bryce's proposal.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table that we approve the document as written with the addition of saying that it's, we exclude only the current AR,
And
not
previously.
previously. The rest is as written. Is that the way?
Yep, that's
Okay,
the motion.
So we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, a second by Dr. Robinson. Discussion, clarification?
You mentioned that we would potentially make these look similar, have staff go through and format them properly.
Yes.
Does that contradict the motion, that we're still going to make some edits to them?
To what?
To these two statements about LEAC?
Oh, no,
and
we would
JPEG?
just, I think Lisa would work with Anthony on the instructions that go out. Yeah, here's the guidelines to the board, and then Lisa, as the chairman moving forward, would send a letter out to the schools.
Right. These documents are going to live amongst us.
Yes.
So in 2 years, when there's new people on the board, we'll give them these documents. And my question was, it was mentioned that they're both formatted differently, and are we going to wordsmith them and make both of these statements look similar? And if we are, I don't know that the motion would.
That's not in my motion.
Yeah, that's not in the motion.
I'm not worried about the formatting here. I'm worried about making it work, and then we can
Second motion.
worry about formatting later.
Something else that came up during discussion that might be nice to include in them was a description of the fact that the agenda items for the meetings should be run past the full board first. I mean, there were some questions during our discussion that aren't represented in the current documents. So I'm wondering if
My intent, I omitted that. What I meant to say is LEAC will meet on an as-needed basis as directed by the board, with a goal of meeting 2 to 4 times during the year.
No, I think he's addressing the fact that we indicated the board will direct the agenda for
Yeah,
each meeting.
as-needed basis as directed by the board.
And so that means that
That's not clear to me.
I don't wait for the board. I can say, I want to have a meeting here. And then if 3 other board members say, fine, then that's,
You may bring it to the board, but you don't hold a meeting until the board gives
no,
approval.
that's what I'm saying. Like, and then if
Full
4
board.
board members say, yeah, then we can have a meeting.
Yep.
Then that's what directed
Yep.
by the.
No. She's saying if she gets 3 or 4 people, she can have a meeting. You
In a
can't
board
have
meeting.
No,
board-
I said if 3, so.
To bring it here to this.
That's what I said. So if I want to have a meeting and I bring it to the board and 3 other board members say, yes, you can have the meeting, then I can have the
Before.
meeting. Well,
counting
3
herself.
other,
She's
3
bringing
other.
Okay, I'm just taking notes. Let me make sure I'm getting the idea that you're trying to put across. So agenda items may be recommended by LEAC members, but will be approved by the full board. Is
By
that?
the LEAC chair. Or by LEAC members, like we want the.
I think that was an earlier comment, was saying like, well, what if they want to recommend an agenda item? Can they do that? Well, yeah, but that's not a
Always
guaranteed
recommend it.
agenda.
Yeah, they
That's
can
what I
always
meant by
recommend it.
that, but maybe I should phrase it differently. So agenda items may be recommended by LEAC members and will be approved by the full board.
The other idea that I thought was important that came up was, why are these two committees, why do they function differently than facilities or finance? And we discussed that, and the answer was because they're public facing, they're receiving committees as opposed to a discussion amongst committee members. I thought that was an important piece of information that would be valuable in 2 years when we're trying to remember, now what's the difference between these two between these committees and the others? I would like to see something in the description of these two committees for those 2 points.
I like this. I feel like this is a good jumping board for us to get feedback from our teachers, especially in the face of the union bill passing. And I hope that this is a sign for teachers, letting them know that we want to hear from them, that they are a part of this district as much as parents and students and we are, and that we want to hear from them. We would encourage them to volunteer to serve the 2-year terms, and I hope that they hear that, and that if there's teachers out there who think we're not going to listen, I hope that this is an olive branch saying we want to listen. So just what I wanted to add.
So rather than change the motion, I've changed the document. The document now reads, to ensure maximum breadth of input, the board asks that LEAC reps serve a term of 2 years only, and that no newly selected LEAC rep have served previously on LEAC or is currently serving as the AR. LEAC will meet on an as-needed basis as directed by the board, with a goal of meeting 2 to 4 times during the year.
Could we maybe have the not be all caps and the no not be bold caps? Just like a regular no and a regular not? A little aggressive.
That was for our discussion. That's the change.
Seems a little.
Need clarification that a LEAC meeting can be requested by the board or the chair with
That's
board
our
approval?
normal practice.
It is? Okay.
That's how we do everything.
Well, except the other committees. It goes back to these two committees are different from all the other committees.
So having changed that document, I'm going to stay with that. Well, I can't because she's already called the question. But
You can do a substitute motion.
that motion would be applicable now because we've changed the document.
The question was called. I didn't even hear a second. Was there a second? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do we need to cast
have a
his
motion
changes
on
for
the
people
table.
to see?
And what's the question called?
Well, we have a motion on the table, so now we are having discussion and then a vote, unless we do a substitute motion.
'Cause I just thought when the question was called, then the discussion stopped and we took a vote.
Yeah, I don't know that we've had a formal call to question, but maybe
Oh,
you called the
no, I
question.
No, she called the question.
Which
By
means
stating the
She
motion.
restated it. She stated the question. She didn't call it. She stated the question.
doesn't that then mean then we have discussion? Or
Yes.
Okay.
It just means I can't change my motion.
right. So she
Otherwise, I would have
she
made a change to my motion.
I can't
stated
change
it. We've kind of
Should
I
we
feel like
all
we've
fill
had
the motion
discussion.
real quick so we can?
Can
No,
I
I
ask,
think it's
does
good.
anybody need to see his changes cast before we vote? Like cast up onto the TV, you're good? Okay.
Okay. All in favor of adopting the document as presented? Can I say that? Say aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, great.
Okay, new motion. I move that we legitimize these documents and put them in our long-term possession, whatever that is, so that future boards have these documents. I move that the executive committee work to standardize the formatting, the look and the feel, the general understanding that captures this statement, and we produce a document that can be added to our
Document store.
document storage as an official form that this is what we came to do. I'm just moving that we formalize the piece of paper for future benefit.
Go to executive or should it go to policy?
That's a good idea. I move that we send it to the policy committee for cleaning up.
And that would come back to present to everybody.
Yes.
I have a slight pause on that, and that's just because policy doesn't have any staff members. And I think putting it into a format that is consistent with our district documents is best done with our staff members.
Well,
Policy
where
can
were
reach out to a
these-
staff member, or you can send it to executive committee, either way. My motion is to formalize this. I like what Mr. Barnett said. I think we need to formalize these documents for long-term memory.
And the policy committee would have to try to figure out how to do that, because we don't have a current way.
We don't have a current process. to-
That's why I think it should be in policy. And then it would go through executive as it comes back to the board.
Well, I'm going to second this so we can keep discussing it. So I second. Because my question was going to
But
be.
let her state it.
Like a veteran.
Sorry. So we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, a second by Ms. Barrow, that we
That someone.
formalize, that,
The
that,
motion won't include who. Someone formalize the document, sorry.
that we formalize the documents with the, are we ready to do JPAC? Because there were adjustments made to LEAC that I think might apply to both, but this motion is for both.
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to restate it. We have a motion and a second that we formalize these documents into board archives.
That's a good word. That's a good word.
All right, discussion to the motion.
Okay, my question was, where are these documents going to go? Where have these documents been? Do they just float around? Like, we don't
An
have
email.
like an official
An email. That's where it
archive?
was, an email.
Because it's not official policy, right? And so this is just board documents. So where is that going to be kept for
In our-
future boards
in
to
our appendix.
access?
I have a thought on that. So we have a document in our appendix and also on our website that lists what are all of the committees. At the beginning of this year, we asked the staff members who have traditionally been involved on that committee to write a short statement. I wonder if we could include it in that document. So there's not only a list of what the committees are, but there's also a short statement of what that means.
And it would live in our appendix.
Where is this appendix? How can I access
Board
it?
docs appendix.
It's in
Board docs.
Board,
Oh.
no.
It's
It's the board
policies.
policies appendix.
If you go to the Jordan website,
The manual?
No, go to the board.
go to Board of Education, then Board Policies.
There's actually a link in board docs for it.
and scroll down to the bottom. There's an appendix.
Policies. Appendix.
And that's
Aha.
That's where it would
So-
live.
Thank you.
That's an idea that I'm throwing out. I wasn't saying that had to be, but
And I think one of the things the policy committee needs to do is clean all of that up. And we need to make these documents live in our they need to be in a permanent place for future boards to access, so that we don't have to do this again. No other board needs to do this and wonder what we meant.
and there are several documents like this,
Yep.
like our continuum, our housing continuum. Where does that live?
Right.
We need to give them homes.
So I'm a little confused because I feel like we were saying before for LEAC. This document is not going out to them. They'll be sent something else. So I felt like when we said that, it was like no one but board is allowed to see this
Executive
document.
content.
But
Let's put
it's
it on the
here in the
website.
appendix. So I'm just confused.
If you put it in
Good
our
point.
policies, no one will ever see it.
That's the cleaning up process that we'll bring back to the board to say, are you now comfortable making this a public document?
Okay.
So what I meant was, this document is not going anywhere, but the replacement document should live in a public place.
Okay. Other discussion, or are people ready to vote?
Let's vote.
Okay. All in favor of the motion to formalize and archive these documents regarding LEAC and JPAC, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes.
Can executive committee take the assignment as to how that is sent? Or do you want to make a decision right now? Is it the executive committee that does this, or is it the policy? The policy committee's not quite ready to tackle something like this, but maybe this would be a good thing for the policy committee to formally organize so that it could. But executive committee is prepared to tackle that assignment. Daryl was interested in sending it to the policy committee, but that would take some time. We can send it to the executive committee and get it done quickly.
Is there an urgency? I think we all have a vision that
Can we move forward with organizing the groups and holding meetings before it's formalized? If we
We
can
approve the
move
document.
forward, then I'm comfortable taking time.
That's why I made
But-
two separate motions.
I do think there is urgency to meet.
That's why I made two separate motions, so we could approve the meeting and get going on that, and yet take some time to approve of, just think we need to formalize this so that the next chair of LEAC doesn't have these same questions.
For sure.
Okay.
But I very much encourage Lisa to start moving on this.
So,
one of the questions you'll get is, do I get a whole year of service because we're gonna have one meeting this year?
fair question.
Unless we meet from January through December, instead
In a
of
calendar year?
school years,
I mean, the only drawback of that is
changing school.
they might leave.
People
but
transfer, they leave. I think that makes it complicated.
We could make the first one.
We could just make an
2
exception
years
that if you come
and this one,
from
maybe.
January, your 2-year term starts this summer.
And this one. So you get an extra meeting.
So I think Lisa needs to get going on the election process, the selection process. Because that's gonna take some time,
Selection.
and then we can
Election
start,
versus election. Yeah.
then we can start working on an agenda later. But I think the selection process needs to get going quickly.
And JPAC should be organized, honestly, for all intents and purposes.
chairs are all there already, right?
Yeah, yeah. So, next steps. And maybe this will happen in board committee reports, but proposals of agendas and dates for future meetings for both groups? Is that what's next?
Well, I was hoping to be able to bring forth my thoughts when it was time for, like, what is it, number 8, Licensed Employee Advisory Committee report and comments.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, should we move to the next agenda item then? All right, board member, committee, and superintendent reports and comments.
I have a comment that is not a committee report. And shocking, isn't it? Okay. So there's just been so much talk about DEI and diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I just would like to talk about what these things mean and what they mean in our school district and in our community. So diversity, that is many different types of things or people. And the way that we see that in our school district and in our communities is there are people of a lot of different ages, people of a lot of different socioeconomic backgrounds, people who look differently, different heights. We have a lot of different types of people. And another thing, equity, it's being fair and impartial. And what this looks like in our school district is multi-language learners sometimes have translation assistance with, technology. There are IEPs and 504 plans. Also, in the whole state, there's schools for the deaf and schools for the blind. All of these things help there to be some fairness and impartiality in the education system. And then inclusion is providing equal access to opportunities and resources for people who might otherwise be excluded. And we see this in our school district in including our students in the least restrictive environments for our special education students. We see it in unified sports. We see it a lot in elementary schools where teachers are trying to help their students include other students in their friend groups and not exclude them. And I just want to bring this up because it seems like there's a lot of discourse that these words are bad things, but they are good things, and they are present in our society, in our community, in our school district. And I am very happy that we have these things in our school district. So just because when people say DEI together and there are laws that restrict the use of these three words, what these words mean are not bad things, and we want them in our school district. And some of them, it's the law that we have them in our school district. So, yeah.
From facilities?
Facilities met last Friday, is that right? Yeah. We had a good hour-and-a-half meeting together. Discussed a lot of things. The minutes of that meeting are on board docs. I encourage.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you for the idea for the training, Bryce. I encourage you, if you're interested, to read through those. And if you have any questions about anything that you read, I'm happy to answer questions in person or via email. I think what we're focusing on right now, I'll just highlight this, is that the trigger points for boundary changes. We spent quite a bit of time on that, and there are some assignments made. Mike and his staff are going to kind of formalize some of the ideas that were put forth and share those via email with the committee. And over the next several weeks, we'll iterate on those as a committee via email. And then when we get together, I think our next meeting isn't until May. Hopefully we'll have made a lot of progress via email so that we're ready to adopt whatever that process has created. So yeah, it was a good meeting. So anything else, Daryl or Aaron, that you wanted to mention from that meeting? Or
I'll just mention, I guess, that I will be going on a little field trip to see the changes that were made at Bingham High School, since we're looking at remodeling West Jordan High School. So I'm going to go on a field trip to see those two.
Did you go in before? Had you seen Bingham? No.
I had not, no.
When are you going on this field trip?
On Monday.
I need to take one of those field trips myself. But.
And then we do have plans to reach out to more of you about a wider district field trip to see other plots and things. So But if you want a tour, you should reach out to Scott.
Do you remember, Scott, what the date was? Is it Monday for the one that I was? Are we going to West Jordan as well on that one? West Jordan, yeah. Okay.
At West Jordan and Bingham, or just West Jordan?
I think the idea was to go to West Jordan first. They will be there to kind of just walk us through and show us kind of a high-level overview of what might be done, and then I know Aaron wanted to see Bingham, like what had been done there that will be done similarly at West Jordan.
Anyone can go, but we can't have a quorum.
And this is
Have
on
to
Monday.
schedule a couple.
String outstanding educator.
I'll be happy to go if there's a second group.
So how many are going Monday?
I'll be
Just
going
Aaron
to
and
West Jordan
Brian.
only.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. About 9:15 ish. We're planning on starting at West Jordan. Is that right? Yeah.
Anybody that wants to go with us, we'll pull out of ASB. I'll take the Suburban. We can pull out at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Remember, you are welcome to call me anytime, and I will take you anywhere you'd like to go.
How about lunch on Tuesday?
Within the
Can't say that to
within the
Scott.
boundaries of the
He'll
district.
do it.
That's
I
it.
would love to do that. I think it would be a worthwhile tour, but
We talked about that.
Other
as
exciting
we'd like to
things to
do
do that.
more visiting, especially the summer project things, so we have better, some better visions when we're voting for something than we've been on the spot. So hopefully we'll invite as we start looking at the next projects. And so if you're interested, it'll be one of those things, we'll just put it out and again, keep it to 3, but if we have to have 2 groups or 3 groups.
especially if you're going to go visit a specific board member's school, I would love an invitation. I'd love
A
to
good
come.
example of that would be the Black Ridge Elementary that we just approved. Probably many of you didn't actually see with your eyes kids leaving and how dangerous that was. And if you saw that, it would make it so much easier to make that vote. Where being in parking lot, many of us have driven by that. We kind of know that a little bit easier. Probably didn't need to visit that one. So that's kind of a difference of 2 projects where maybe seeing one might have helped.
Yeah.
Great point.
Okay. I think that's it from facilities.
Finance met today. As a finance committee, we are required to complete certain training. And so when you see the minutes go out about our meeting, there will be a link on that. Lisa, would you include the link for all board member training? I knew you were going to do that. There is a link for all board members to complete a certain training. And then there's certain training that the finance committee has to complete. So that will be, watch for that, and please complete that. Our finance committee has taken the assignment to complete that training before our next finance committee. If you would take that upon yourself to complete your training before middle of April and report back to Mr. Larson that you have completed that training, he is required to report that you have completed that training. Other than that, we are working on things that we will present to you later.
Is this training something in addition to what we did at the beginning of this year?
If you did it all at the beginning of the year, you're good.
You're good. Okay.
There's something we signed, like
The
in
sign thing was
January?
different.
Okay.
Signed items were different
This is an online
requirements.
training that you have to watch the videos.
I've
tell us if
watched
we
a
haven't
few.
done it.
Don't know if I've done the right ones,
Okay.
but I'll show them to you.
Okay.
Years blur.
That's it from finance.
For Government Relations Committee, we'll be meeting tomorrow. Now that the session is over, we're going to focus on making plans for building partnerships with our local legislators. With the uncertainty of what may happen at the federal level with the Department of Education, I'd also like to just talk about if more control goes to the state, all the more importance our partnerships will be with our local legislators. Is there anything that the board would like to give the Government Relations Committee beyond what I just described? Okay, that's it.
Nothing from policy review.
Quick question. For the Government Relations Committee, who's on that besides you and Mike? Or is it just you and Mike?
Nikki and Daryl.
Oh, okay.
And John attends as well.
I'm not going to call out individual, but kind of look down if you have something.
High School Activities Association is meeting next week to review our bylaws and our constitution. I will report on any changes that come.
And so for LEAC, I need to get together with somebody on staff to find out how to look at a calendar and when rooms are available so as not to have a conflict. So I'm hoping that somebody can train me on that kind of thing and like how to reserve a room. And then some of the things that I think would be interesting to hear from the teachers about. I already mentioned AA 453, use of personal electronic and communication devices in school, that policy where we could just read through it and hear what it's like for the teachers. Another thing that I am always interested in is challenges and successes in attendance. And I know the district has several policies that talk about attendance, but it seems like a lot of times it comes down to what's going on in school. So that's something that I am curious about, what teachers see as successful or not successful. And another thing that I think would be interesting is to read, to have copies of HB, and I'm not talking about doing all of these things, but maybe a couple of them, have a copy of HB 77, the flag display bill, and then just find out what teachers think about it. And I think it would be interesting to hear what they have to say and also let them see exactly what it says. So I don't know if anybody else has other suggestions or things that they think are pressing.
Would it be appropriate, since we have talked about MTSS and a priority, getting any feedback from the teachers on those who have used it, what their views are on it? Is that an appropriate topic?
I think that is an appropriate topic. I don't know. I don't know like exactly what questions to ask about that at this point. And moving forward, as more schools implement the positive reinforcement, and when I say that, I'm not trying to say that only a few schools are doing that, but like get the training. What is the acronym for that again? PBIS, Positive Behavior Intervention Systems. Yeah. So as I would love to find out more about that, but I don't know. I would rather have it be more comprehensive as a future, but I am interested in that. I just don't know quite how to address that right now. But I mean, if anybody has ideas about how to address that, I'm open to it.
I feel like you have a pretty full list. I'm even wondering if...
Well, I was thinking it could be one or two or... Well, and that's what I'm thinking. I thought two of these would be great.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And the reason I am including the HB 77 is because sometimes I think there are misconceptions about what a bill does or doesn't do, and I think it would be nice if we could just have it right there and then hear from the teachers what they think about it. I don't know.
Why?
because I'm really curious about what the teachers think. I am really interested in what they have to say.
Care about what teachers think about following a law.
Well, I think it, at least for me, talking about practical applications of the law, here's what we need to watch for or restrict. Here's what the
Instructing
parameters
them,
are.
that's good, but to take feedback about whether or not we're going to follow a law, I think is inappropriate.
Well, and so for me, a lot of times I personally, when something has happened that I consider maybe that I'm unhappy about, sometimes just processing it with other people and being able to talk about it, it makes it less painful to comply. And so that is part of why I think it would be nice to talk about it, because I think that this is a bill that is painful for some teachers. And I don't know about in our district necessarily, but I think that it might be something that they would like to talk about. And
It could put the board in a tough situation. I think if we're instructing them and telling them this law passed, this is how we're going to apply it. But if you're going to open up a law for discussion and debate, it's going to put the board in a tough situation. And administration in a tough position.
And so with that, I think that I have a different view of it. I wasn't looking at it as something where I would debate with people, but I thought that when they saw exactly what the bill was, and then they could just, I don't know, say what they thought about it. And maybe, anyway, I'm not hoping for a debate, and maybe there will be a debate, but there could also be a debate about the cell phone policy, which is also now law. So I don't know.
Yeah. I think it would just be important to approach this in a useful way, right? So I think that knowing what a new expectation is in the state of Utah and understanding parameters to function under are useful. I think turning it into a gripe session of how unfair it is, or like, do I have to tattle on my neighbor or something like that, could get negative fast. So
Mike's a master at this. Like, it
Yeah.
would probably be more appropriate to call it a legislative review and cover a couple things, including that one. But he does that all the time in JPAC and LEAC, and he could just do an abbreviated session of this and include that as one of them. But I would not want an open debate about that. A policy we can change. That's our policy, and we can't throw it out because that's the law, right? We have to have a policy, but we can still change that policy. So that's different than feedback against the law.
And I would not want to have a LEAC meeting on something that we don't even know is an issue. I think the percentage of, I don't even know the percentage of teachers that this affects. And to make an assumption that it has a large effect on all of the teachers in our district, therefore let's take it up in a LEAC meeting, I would much rather spend our time on issues that we know affect all teachers at all buildings, at every level.
I think it would be beneficial, though, to make sure they know about laws and say, if you've got a flag that might violate, just wanted to let you know.
There's a fine
So,
associated with it, yeah.
yeah, they should definitely be informed.
But I don't know that LEAC is the means of informing them.
any advice, Mike, Anthony?
LEAC is not the means of informing them. If there are, I think there are times when there are laws that might, I mean, I think all of these things can be true. We don't want to ask for feedback on something where we don't have flexibility. We're not using LEAC to inform. There may be a law where we say, this is how we plan to implement that. Do you have feedback? Because there's some flexibility in how we implement it. So I think we can be thoughtful in helping with the agenda. Bryce, chime in here. but I think we have more frequently had, and Daryl, I think we've more frequently had too much on the agenda than too little.
2 items is about all you can do.
And I think, so I think,
So you think one would be fine?
I think we ought to have, even if you had 2 items, I think 2 items does the trick. 1 item might be adequate.
Because I
Unless it's a
want
meeting
it to be somewhat structured. I don't want it to turn into a free for all.
Yeah.
And so I was hoping to have. I feel like the cell phone policy could be plenty, but then
Here's an example. You assign stat. I will say this: assign us to whatever you would like us to do that can help. So, one example is you could say, we're going to review the process we went through to establish the cell phone policy. Talk about the legislation that was just enacted, and then get your feedback on how you feel things have gone. Now, the reason for bringing up the legislation is that you do have a choice. That's an example of legislation where you have a choice on how to implement it. You could vote to say the default is that we restrict cell phone use, but we are going to vote not to restrict it any longer. Does that make sense? So now you say, this is how we got to where we are. The law allows us to step back from that. What's your feedback? What have your experiences been? And you'll get a wide range of feedback, and then you could have one more topic to close it up. Hey, we just had one other question about this. How's this going?
Well, and now as I'm thinking about it, I think that secondary licensed educators could probably talk about cell phones for a long time, whereas I don't know that in elementary school it's as big of a topic.
But you might find out that
it is?
That it is.
Okay.
And there might be some that say, well, we've got watches that are an issue, and well, in our class we used to, and so I think it's
a good topic to divide on, to have a different group for secondary and elementary.
So you mean like have 2 different meetings, or
just move
Meet
to
at
tables.
the same time and then just,
And then
go
just
to
have a
different
breakout.
area? I don't, that, however you think.
It can also be instructive for elementary to hear what secondary is going through on this, and for secondary to have a better understanding of what's happening with elementary. So there are a lot of productive ways. I think that would be productive as well to split it up. But that's an example of legislation that gives us a choice.
We can
So
be more restrictive.
We can be more restrictive. We can be less restrictive. So given the legislation, the process we went through, what do you think we should do next based on your experience? You'll get a ton of feedback. You'll get a wide range. You'll even get teachers who say, well, I've experienced this, and then there will be 3 more that raise their hand and say, but that's not what's happening in my school. So it's really, I think, I like the focus on structure. I think you ought to have a primary topic at the beginning. It's kind of like when you're teaching, you never know how long something's going to go, and you don't want to be caught short. So you have your main one first, another one second that's important but not as important, so that if there's time to be filled, you're ready to go to the next topic.
So we probably don't have to finalize this. You'll bring back dates to the next one. We can assign what board members are able to attend, and then.
And I would like to work on what, like the, I don't know,
Selection.
presentation or whatever. How does the board feel about, AA 453, the cell phone policy?
So just as an example, with our last meeting, I sent out Anthony's presentation, and I sent out the PowerPoint, and then I basically said, here are 3 questions to consider. Please come back and answer these 3 questions. So they had something to study, something to review, and then kind of some questions to get their mind focused on what we were looking for. So you could send out the cell phone policy and say, and here are 3 questions that we're seeking to answer.
Is that enough to go on until the next
Oh,
meeting?
yeah.
Okay,
All I wanted was, yeah, that's okay to move forward with kind of putting some together about the cell phone policy, okay?
And
So-
you have the email, you've got the emails now, I can phase out of that?
So
Get my email?
I did get your email, but I'll,
There is an official LEAC email.
okay, that has okay.
You need to take that over because I'm bowing out.
Okay, so the LEAC at jordandistrict.org. Okay, yeah, I see that.
I wouldn't use it now because it's been so long that most of the people on that list would not be the same. But as you gather a list of people, I would email them from that email because then that's the official LEAC
Okay.
email address.
And so logistically, I am a dinosaur. So do I send around like a clipboard, write down your email address, or do we get it from?
Roxanne.
Okay. So some people have assistants that can assist with this.
We will talk logistics. We'll help you
Okay.
all the way
Okay.
through.
Thank you.
I will give you an Excel spreadsheet of everyone who has represented their school in the past.
We'll help with all the logistics.
So I have made a rough draft for a JPAC agenda. So, yes, I don't know how I go about this, but I've shared it with Mike, and I still need to speak with him about it. But essentially, the first meeting I'd like to have here at the end of the year would just be a legislative review stating the bills that affect education, how they might affect us, letting them know, and then kind of giving them a walkthrough PowerPoint of if you'd like to be more informed, this is the website you go to. You can make an account. This is how you track a bill, and just highlighting like over here, there's the fiscal note you want to look at. You want to look at the red highlights, just kind of giving them a little overview, something they can take back to their schools. I was able to do a small little bill legislative review for my PTA meeting just to say, hey, these are some education bills if you guys want to know about them. And so that's kind of the rough draft for an idea for an agenda. Notes from the rest of the board on that idea.
I think it's a good idea. I don't know if it will get people there. I
So
wonder
you're
if
training,
you want.
you're pushing information out rather than pulling information back. Is that your plan?
Yes.
You're going to train
for,
you
for this one.
how to do.
say these are the bills. If you want to get involved next year, this is how you stay informed, and they can pass that on. I don't know. Is that a good idea? No.
I wonder if you could do that for part and maybe get, like you had mentioned, cell phone policy feedback as well. Do you think you could do
Did
both?
I don't remember if I did.
Well, just in passing, we were just at the Capitol. You were like, "This is an idea that I had."
Oh,
It was not formal, but I think something like that, they're gonna feel like, "Oh, I do have an opinion, and I want to tell you about it."
Okay.
So it might increase the people who are willing to leave their family and come to a meeting.
Okay.
Where you want to talk about legislative process would be early in the fall next year, because it's going to be closer to when they actually take action on it. So if you're going to talk about the process to getting involved, if you want to talk about what has happened, then I think now's a good time. But
If you're looking for suggestions, I would love to ask parents, how can we increase attendance? I was absolutely stunned with Dr. Godfrey's presentation that the difference in proficiency rates among poor attenders was nearly 20 points off. 20 percentage points difference between high attenders and low attenders. And I think that is a major issue, and we need parents' help to know how do we increase attendance, because we have a problem. We need mom and dad we need help. We need to know what we can do to increase attendance, because we have a problem. That's just my idea.
I appreciate that.
And I think talking about the curriculum changes that we heard about tonight might be a good thing.
Oh, good one.
This is great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And why? They need, I think, helping them, well, I'm hesitant to push a lot of information out. I'd like to get their feedback, but I think people need to understand why we're changing all this curriculum.
Well,
if they have concerns, she can address the
Yeah.
concern.
And also, I feel like that's what our open houses are for, to ask him questions and stuff.
But I do think it's helpful. This is a fairly new process, holding these open houses. You get to go review. I think it's helpful to explain that so people understand what their rights are, why we're doing it in this way, how can they give feedback. Might be helpful.
Well, most of our curriculum is available. I mean, just talking about curriculum in general, some changes, but also like if you have concerns, we can help you with that. And people sometimes think we're hiding something, and we're not. We just put it in a policy so no one will see it.
I think it's healthy at this point to just simply say, what are your concerns? What are your concerns about the school district? What are you talking about in your community? What is your neighborhood talking about? What should be on our radar that's clearly on yours? The best thing about this committee is to ask parents, what concerns parents? What worries and concerns do parents have? And then we can check ourselves to see if we're concerned about the same things.
It might help to build future agendas.
That's the first thing we did with LEAC, is what's the problem? What's the problem? And we came back with gobs of information that we had to process. And then we went back and said, okay, you've told us that this is a problem. Now counsel with us on how to solve that one problem.
Great ideas. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, too. With all your time, because you don't have enough on yours.
So, can I talk about Jordan Education Foundation?
Are you good? Was that the end of yours?
Yeah, I think
So
so.
are you going to also come up with a date, bring that back to the next
Yes,
meeting?
yes. I'll
Perfect. Thank
get
you.
with my
The date and how we figure that out, time, place, and all that jazz, so, yeah.
Perfect. Okay, yes, go ahead, Lisa.
So, you please just call me Lisa. It's easier. But so the foundation has been doing the outstanding teacher visits, and I've seen other board members participate, and it is fantastic. Have you gone?
I have it on my calendar to go to somewhere.
It is amazing to see. Anyway, it's just really great. And one date, like if there's only one day that you can go, remember Thursday, March 20th is the bus day, and it is a party bus. You meet at the district offices at 7 a.m. and then you ride on the bus with some of the most positive people in the whole world. And there are even snacks, and it's really pretty great. So that's what I have to say about that. Oh, and also, yeah, so you all got the email about these. Yeah.
Thank you. Very fun.
I got something for Salt Lake Academy High School has made a petition to this state board charter school to take over what's known right now as Athlos. Athlos will close at the end of the year, and they will reopen under the operations of Salt Lake Academy, and they'll be a K-12 school. So they've taken that to the state charter board last month, and they have a second hearing on that would be on March 20th, so before we meet again for approval. And so they're working in that behalf. If that's accepted, they can't have two charters, so that would dissolve ours as effective July 1st, and then they would just charter with the state. at that time. Just one. That's the problem. They're a national company that's being run nationally, and
Have the one building out in Harriman?
have the one building out in Harriman, and so they'll actually use both facilities in kind of a unique way. They'll move some of their sports for high school to Athens. They're already using that, so I think it's a good partnership.
Was that the charter school that was next in terms of English language?
They were on that list.
Yeah. And they've struggled. They've continued to have administrators. I think they said they had 15 administrators in 8 years. And so this would give stability to a school in our community, I think. And Salt Lake Academy really has done a great job. Their statistics and graduation rates and everything are super good. You know, I think this will be a good, positive thing in our community. And they still have said and expressed that they want to have a good relationship with Jordan School District, even though we won't be their charter. And I hope that will be the case. So I'll let you know what the state says when we get that okay. But we'll move forward. Brian and I will continue to serve on their board until it's dissolved. And I'll probably personally continue on that board, not as an assignment here. At least during the transition.
Portrait of a Graduate was able to meet with Essential Elements this morning. We are planning, so they're having an in-person couple of days in March, the end of March, the 26th and 27th, I think, where they'll be finalizing a few of the documents that they've been working on. Tell me what they're called. What? The grade banding, but anyways.
Proficiency scales.
Thank you. Proficiency skills. I'm like, why am I blanking? And then they are going to virtually attend our April 8th meeting so that they can report back to the board on the results of those meetings and next steps. And we kind of kicked around the idea of the board putting together an introductory video for our staff members at the big kickoff at the beginning of next school year. Is everybody comfortable if we start organizing that? Okay, perfect. What did I leave out?
I think that's it. Yeah, the professional development in August is when it was going to be kind of a soft launch with administration and teachers there. And
Yeah, I think it's more of a direct, hard launch. We've done a soft one with administrators, and then this will be our opportunity to really bring teachers up to speed and to give them it's not a secret right now, but it will have them think about their own practice, the work of their team, the work of their school, and how it relates to Portrait of a Graduate and the strategic plan.
And is this kind of the deadline? Is this the first use of this video that the board will be putting together?
Yeah,
This August
in August.
professional development?
Yeah. And I don't think it needs to be complex. Just, board members talking about aspects of the process and the plan.
I have just a couple of things from USBA. Reminder that the spring regional meetings are this week. So the 12th, so tomorrow night is our assigned meeting time. But if you're unable to make it to that one and you want to attend a different one, just let them know ahead of time so that they can get counts, and you're welcome to attend whichever of those. NSBA is coming up in April. I believe we only have 2 board members attending this year, but we'll report back on that. And then we are working on how we can work with our legislative leadership in the interim. They're looking for some ideas of things that you're interested in communicating with them about. I can forward what they have so far, but if you have others that you want to include, that is what USBA is going to be up to at their next meeting.
So when you say legislative leadership, do you mean like Speaker of the House and President of the Senate,
So
or
they
or of
are
USBA?
Yeah, the leadership of USBA is having or of JLC, maybe I'm combining these two, is having meetings with legislative leadership, but also just working with legislators in general. That was probably poorly phrased because it's after 10 o'clock. But anyway, they're just looking at what do we want to start opening conversations regarding. And I can read it to you if you're interested, but none of it will be shocking to you. It's like absenteeism, remove or fund unfunded mandates like school safety, class size reduction, remove some reporting and audit requirements for LEAs, SB 37, change the wording on the property tax notices. So some of the things that we've already talked about. An inflation adjustment to the certified tax rate, more UFA accountability and information for LEAs, ways to increase the WPU above inflation, discussion on sunsetting program funding from SB 102, and transportation equity, fixed funding models that penalize efficiency in school transportation. Those are the ones that they already have. And if you'd like to add to that list, feel free to add to it. Have one already, don't
I
you?
have one.
Okay.
Funding crossing guards. I would like to see the state legislature fund crossing guards.
Is that a priority for us? It's not our mandate. I think if we work with cities on that, that'd be okay, but that's not in our realm.
I don't think the funding's the problem. I think finding people to do it is the problem.
I know the cities would rather have us fund it, but it's not currently our responsibility, so
Well, that's what I was thinking. If the state legislature decided to fund it at a level that it was not as difficult to fill those positions. And it seems like the kind of bill that maybe a legislator might like. Because it's all about safety.
I'll just tell you, cities are super, super excited to push that responsibility over to us. And so if that becomes our priority without linking with them, that could be dangerous for us. Super dangerous, because they're already wanting that.
Fairmont Chief of Police said the problem isn't an hourly rate change. The problem is it's part-time employment. And most people who had part-time employment in this economy have left to seek full-time employment.
I'm sorry, open this
Creative
can of
with
worms.
the city to solve this, because I think that we have a lot of part-timers that would like to work a little bit more. And it seems to me that maybe we can get some of our part-time employees, our, hourly people who might be interested, because they're different times. They're different companies, so they wouldn't run into the benefits problem that we sometimes have. It seems like we could explore situations. I'm good with if they want to fund it, but I kind of want the funding for things that we currently have to fund.
I was just thinking of a bill that would not impact us negatively, and that somebody might like. Anyway. But we don't have to put that there.
Mr. Larson?
Special education funding.
Can you explain a little bit more about this meeting tomorrow night? I'm not sure I know what that is.
So USBA represents the entire state of Utah, and during the region meeting, this one specifically, they're going to start conversations regarding legislative priorities. So basically, we come together, they divide it out into different regions, and then different school boards come together. We review business. They generally have like a topic for discussion, and we break out into small groups. They do provide a lovely catered meal. And
you remember now? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Perfect.
Who's going to be attending tomorrow night?
I will be there.
I probably will be there.
I will be there. So
we have not talked about the board bulletin for a minute. I am sure we are due for our quarterly reports. Need to get in a better flow with that. Any items that board members are interested in including?
New curriculum.
Okay.
You want to do that after the board has voted on it?
I don't think it matters.
When would the bulletin
Focus.
come out?
Whenever you give us
Oh, okay.
enough
So we can-
topics to fill the bulletin.
We can decide the topics and then later decide the publication
Yes.
date.
And the focus is on board action as opposed to general district updates. That's why I asked whether you'd want that after the board had voted on it. Because everyone will have it emailed directly to them to give input. Parents of students of the right age, and then, but we can put it out before too. But then you could put it out to the broader audience. We got parent feedback. We heard about it twice in board meeting, and we voted on this, and this is why.
So maybe we pause on when to send it because we'll be making fee decisions
Yeah.
as well as, would you guys like to highlight fees? Not really.
This goes, who's the audience for it again? Is it staff or is it also parents?
It's parents,
It's everyone.
stakeholders,
Okay.
anyone who signed up to receive the board bulletin. The bulletin board. Okay.
I'm going to say this, but this might be a little risky. I would love to give a report on here's what the legislature gave us and here's what the legislature took away. AKA, be prepared, there might be a tax increase. I think we need to just say, here's where we are. We received these funds from the state and we lost these funds from the state. And you need to know that we are no longer going to be charging registration fees and have to find other ways to replace that money. I don't know how to word that, but I just think the writing needs to be on the wall of where we're going with this.
We don't have to raise taxes, but if we don't, we have to eliminate programs. So
So we just need to mention the board will be making decisions on how to manage the impact.
That's a good thing to add. Okay. Anything else? Superintendent reports?
Just having a great time visiting schools with the foundation, honoring awesome educators.
That's the real payday.
That is the payday.
Fives, confetti high five.
The confetti high fives. Yes.
No, it's a surprise.
Surprise,
Nobody
3 years
knows.
coming. Now it's an expectation. Sorry.
I'm surprised when they're surprised because I've done
They
it for
are
a few years.
frequently
but
surprised. They're like,
they are.
don't do it, don't.
They are. Yeah.
Super fun. All right. I will take a motion to adjourn. Or not to adjourn, to go into closed session.
I was just about ready there.
Hopeful.
I move.
Like I'm there.
I move that
Sorry.
we go into closed session to discuss character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Second.
Right, we have a motion by Ms. Wood, a second by Ms. Burrow to go into closed session to discuss character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security. Roll call vote. Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Wood?
Yes.
Dr. Robinson? Ms. Barrow?
Barrow.
Barrow. Every time, the later it gets. I'm sorry.
It's a yes.
I can say it right 90% of the time.
Mr. Danford?
Mr. Demford.
Yes.
Mr. Danford. And Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
I am also a yes. We are now enclosed. Thank you for attending.